και την ταυτότητα του τόπου. Όπως η βελονιά σχηματίζει ένα κέντημα, ένα νήμα που ενώνει το παρελθόν με το παρόν και οδηγεί με αυτοπεποίθηση και περηφάνεια στο μέλλον, συνυφαίνοντας διαχρονικά την πορεία της Κύπρου με την Ευρώπη, με το κοινό ευρωπαϊκό αύριο. Είναι το ίδιο νήμα που ενώνει τα στοιχεία του νησιού μας, τη γη και τη θάλασσα, τον ήλιο, το φως, τον πολιτισμό, σε μια παράδοση μοναδική. Μια παράδοση με ευρωπαϊκές, βυζαντινές και μεσανατολικές αποχρώσεις, που καθρεφτίζει την ψυχή ενός νησιού στο σταυροδρόμι 3 υπήρων, ενός νησιού που ανήκει στην Ευρώπη, στο νοτιοανατολικότερο άκρο της και που εδώ και αιώνες υφαίνει γέφυρες ανάμεσα σε λαούς και πολιτισμούς. Στα λεύκαρα, στα γραφικά λουσμένα στο φως σοκάκια, γεννήθηκε μια τέχνη που ταξίδεψε την Κύπρο πέρα από τα σύνορά της. Το λευκαρίτικο κέντημα. Με τις ρίζες του στο 12ο αιώνα, συνενώνει τις δυτικές επιρροές με την κυπριακή δημιουργικότητα και δεξιοτεχνία. Άειλη πολιτιστική κληρονομιά της UNESCO, αποτελεί σύμβολο αριστοτεχνίας και σύνθεσης. Στο κέντρο του το νήμα, εύθραυστο μόνο του, αλλά ισχυρό και συνεκτικό όταν υφαίνεται μαζί με άλλα. Μια μεταφορά για τη συνένωση ανθρώπων, κρατών, ιδεών και πολιτισμών σε ένα ενιαίο, αρμονικό και ισχυρό σύνολο. Το κοινό ευρωπαϊκό οικοδόμημα. Βρισκόμενη στο πηδάλιο της Ένωσης για 6 μήνες, η Κύπρος, ως το τελευταίο διαιρεμένο υποκατοχή κράτος μέλος της που προσβλέπει στην ενοποιητική της ισχύ για επανένωση, παρουσιάζει το δικό της σύμβολο για το κοινό ευρωπαϊκό όραμα. Ένα λογότυπο εμπνευσμένο από το λευκαρίτικο κέντημα, σύμβολο της δύναμης που πηγάζει μέσα από την ενότητα. Το λογότυπο της Κυπριακής Προεδρίας του Συμβουλίου της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης αποτελείται από 27 ψηφίδες. Κάθε μία αντιπροσωπεύει ένα κράτος μέλος. Μαζί σχηματίζουν ένα αρμονικό και ενιαίο σύνολο. Την ένωση των κρατών μελών που συμπορεύονται πιο ισχυρά και πιο ενωμένα με κοινό σκοπό. Μαζί αποτυπώνουν τον κυπριακό ήλιο που εκπέμπει φως, ενέργεια, ανανέωση και ελπίδα, δείχνοντας το δρόμο προς ένα κοινό, βιώσιμο και φωτεινότερο ευρωπαϊκό μέλλον. Για μια Ευρώπη ισχυρότερη, πιο αυτόνομη, πιο ανθεκτική, πιο αλληλέγγυα και πιο κοντά στους πολίτες της. Για μια Ευρώπη που ανταποκρίνεται πραγματικά στις προκλήσεις της εποχής. Ασφάλεια, άμυνα, ανταγωνιστικότητα, ενέργεια, πράσινη και ψηφιακή μετάβαση, περιφερειακή συνεργασία, κοινωνική συνοχή και αλληλεγγύη. Μαζί ισχυρότεροι.
supports a number of...
The legislation in order to capture convertible alarm and signal weapons, and we've just heard from the Minister how...
Parliamentary Scrutiny Group on members of national parliaments of the European...
...text in which Europol developed this. If we are talking about potential use of AI by Europol also.
And at the beginning of the war, Marshall mentioned in Parliament to Mrs. Raquel García Mira van der Val.
Thank you.
Attack the key players.
It's given more space and has expanded, has adapted.
Tackling this phenomenon.
I'm delighted to meet you here in Stockholm.
Parliament. I'm especially happy to be able to welcome you all here in person. It is our second in-person meeting since the pandemic, and the meeting is web-streamed and interpretation is available in English.
55 investigations related to environmental crimes, and this is an increase of 25%. Among law enforcement agencies has never been greater. And at the forefront of this effort stands Europol.
Remarkable step forward.
Root causes that we see organized crime on rise in some member states.
The member states in our large and complex cases.
Next, the floor is yours for up to 10 minutes as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
It's one of the member states that are most under attack by organized crime.
Madame de Boll.
I'm delighted to meet you here on the revision of the Europol strategy 2020+.
Which are the characteristics of illicit gun markets today, the approach to tackle firearms trafficking.
Of my activities as a fundamental rights officer.
You receive no verdict.
Lost and stolen weapons.
In international outreach.
Το νήμα της Κύπρου ξετυλίγεται μέσα στους αιώνες, υφαίνοντας την ιστορία, την παράδοση και την ταυτότητα του τόπου. Όπως η βελονιά σχηματίζει ένα κέντημα, ένα νήμα που ενώνει το παρελθόν με το παρόν και οδηγεί με αυτοπεποίθηση και περηφάνεια στο μέλλον, συνυφαίνοντας διαχρονικά την πορεία της Κύπρου με την Ευρώπη, με το κοινό ευρωπαϊκό αύριο. Είναι το ίδιο νήμα που ενώνει τα στοιχεία του νησιού μας, τη γη και τη θάλασσα, τον ήλιο, το φως, τον πολιτισμό, σε μια παράδοση μοναδική. Μια παράδοση με ευρωπαϊκές, βυζαντινές και μεσανατολικές αποχρώσεις, που καθρεφτίζει την ψυχή ενός νησιού στο σταυροδρόμι 3 υπήρων, ενός νησιού που ανήκει στην Ευρώπη, στο νοτιοανατολικότερο άκρο της και που εδώ και αιώνες υφαίνει γέφυρες ανάμεσα σε λαούς και πολιτισμούς. Στα λεύκαρα, στα γραφικά λουσμένα στο φως σοκάκια, γεννήθηκε μια τέχνη που ταξίδεψε την Κύπρο πέρα από τα σύνορά της. Το λευκαρίτικο κέντημα. Με τις ρίζες του στο 12ο αιώνα, συνενώνει τις δυτικές επιρροές με την κυπριακή δημιουργικότητα και δεξιοτεχνία. Άειλη πολιτιστική κληρονομιά της UNESCO, αποτελεί σύμβολο αριστοτεχνίας και σύνθεσης. Στο κέντρο του το νήμα, εύθραυστο μόνο του, αλλά ισχυρό και συνεκτικό όταν υφαίνεται μαζί με άλλα. Μια μεταφορά για τη συνένωση ανθρώπων, κρατών, ιδεών και πολιτισμών σε ένα ενιαίο, αρμονικό και ισχυρό σύνολο. Το κοινό ευρωπαϊκό οικοδόμημα. Βρισκόμενη στο πηδάλιο της Ένωσης για 6 μήνες, η Κύπρος, ως το τελευταίο διαιρεμένο υποκατοχή κράτος μέλος της που προσβλέπει στην ενοποιητική της ισχύ για επανένωση, παρουσιάζει το δικό της σύμβολο για το κοινό ευρωπαϊκό όραμα. Ένα λογότυπο εμπνευσμένο από το λευκαρίτικο κέντημα, σύμβολο της δύναμης που πηγάζει μέσα από την ενότητα. Το λογότυπο της Κυπριακής Προεδρίας του Συμβουλίου της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης αποτελείται από 27 ψηφίδες. Κάθε μία αντιπροσωπεύει ένα κράτος μέλος. Μαζί σχηματίζουν ένα αρμονικό και ενιαίο σύνολο. Την ένωση των κρατών μελών που συμπορεύονται πιο ισχυρά και πιο ενωμένα με κοινό σκοπό. Μαζί αποτυπώνουν τον κυπριακό ήλιο που εκπέμπει φως, ενέργεια, ανανέωση και ελπίδα, δείχνοντας το δρόμο προς ένα κοινό, βιώσιμο και φωτεινότερο ευρωπαϊκό μέλλον. Για μια Ευρώπη ισχυρότερη, πιο αυτόνομη, πιο ανθεκτική, πιο αλληλέγγυα και πιο κοντά στους πολίτες της. Για μια Ευρώπη που ανταποκρίνεται πραγματικά στις προκλήσεις της εποχής. Ασφάλεια, άμυνα, ανταγωνιστικότητα, ενέργεια, πράσινη και ψηφιακή μετάβαση, περιφερειακή συνεργασία, κοινωνική συνοχή και αλληλεγγύη. Μαζί ισχυρότεροι.
convertible alarm and signal weapons, and we've just heard from the Minister how
Parliamentary Scrutiny Group on members of national parliaments of the European
context in which Europol developed this, if we are talking about potential use of AI by Europol also.
And at the beginning of the war, Marshall mentioned in Parliament Mrs. Raquel García Almida van der Valle.
Thank you.
Attack the key players.
It's given more space and has expanded, has adapted.
Tackling this phenomenon.
I'm delighted to meet you here in Stockholm.
Parliament. I'm especially happy to be able to welcome you all here in person. It is our second in-person meeting since the pandemic, and the meeting is web-streamed and interpretation is available in English.
55 investigations related to environmental crimes, and this is an increase of 25%.
Among law enforcement agencies has never been greater. And at the forefront of this effort stands Europol.
Remarkable step forward.
Root causes that we see organized crime on rise in some member states.
The member states in our large and complex cases.
Next, the floor is yours for up to 10 minutes as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
It's one of the member states that are most under attack by organized crime.
Madame de Boll.
I'm delighted to meet you here on the revision of the Europol strategy 2020+.
Which are the characteristics of illicit gun markets today? The approach to tackle firearms trafficking.
Of my activities as a fundamental rights officer.
You receive no verdict.
Lost and stolen weapons.
In international outreach.
To
Καλή σας μέρα. Να σας καλωσορίσουμε στην 18η συνάντηση της Μεικτής Ομάδας Κοινοβουλευτικού Ελέγχου της Europol. Καλώς στο βήμα την αυτού εξοχότατη Πρόεδρο της Βουλής των Αντιπροσώπων, κυρία Ανίτα Δημητρίου, για να εκφωνήσει το χαιρετισμό της. Κυρία Πρόεδρε. Καλημέρα, Ανίτα.
Καλημέρα σας. Good morning and welcome everybody in Cyprus. You will allow me to speak in Greek, but welcome all of you. It's such a pleasure to have you here for such an important cost. So, κύριε Πρόεδρε, αγαπημένοι μου συνάδελφε Δημήτρη, αλλά και οι υπόλοιποι συνάδελφοι, σας ευχαριστώ που βρίσκεστε εδώ. Εκτελεστική Διευθύντρια της Europol, κύριε Πόμπτη Προστασίας Δεδομένων, εκπρόσωποι της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής, κύριε Ευρωβουλευτά, συνάδελφοι από τα Εθνικά Κοινοβούλια και το Ευρωπαϊκό Κοινοβούλιο, καλώς ορίσατε στην Κύπρο και στη 18η συνάντηση της Μεικτής Ομάδας Κοινοβουλευτικού Ελέγχου της Europol. Είμαστε εδώ για να πράξουμε ό,τι μπορούμε για μια ασφαλή Ευρώπη. Απέναντι σε απειλές που δεν γνωρίζουν σύνορα, που διωγγώνονται σε όλο και περισσότερους τομείς και με ηλικιώδη ταχύτητα. Η ασφάλεια των πολιτών μας είναι ζήτημα ύψης της προτεραιότητας και καθήκον που η Ευρώπη οφείλει όχι απλά να ανταποκριθεί, αλλά να ηγηθεί με συνεργασία, με αποφασιστικότητα, με ευθύνη. Είναι προνόμιο να βρισκόμαστε σήμερα εδώ όλοι μαζί και αυτό δεν είναι απλά μια φιλοφρόνηση, αλλά πιστεύω πραγματικά ότι η δυνατότητα άσκησης συλλογικού κοινοβουλευτικού ελέγχου στην Europol αποτελεί προνόμιο και γι' αυτό δεν πρέπει να θεωρείται δεδομένη. Ζούμε δύσκολες στιγμές, δύσκολες εποχές και η Ένωση μας δοκιμάζεται. Όχι μόνο από το έγκλημα που γίνεται ολοένα και πιο διασυνοριακό, πιο περίπλοκο, πιο ψηφιακό, αλλά και από ένα γεωπολιτικό περιβάλλον πιο αβέβαιο, πιο ανταγωνιστικό και πιο επικίνδυνο από ό,τι έχουμε γνωρίσει στο μεταπολεμικό παρελθόν. Για δεκαετίες η παγκόσμια ισορροπία δυνάμεων επέτρεψε στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση να αναπτυχθεί. Σήμερα καλούμαστε να αντιληφθούμε αν βρισκόμαστε απλώς σε μια περίοδο μετάβασης ή ενώπιον μιας βαθύτερης ρήξης στο διεθνές σύστημα, όπως διαμορφώθηκε μετά τον Δεύτερο Παγκόσμιο Πόλεμο. Οι ισορροπίες που θεωρούσαμε δεδομένες επανεξετάζονται. Οι διεθνείς θεσμοί που οικοδομήθηκαν πάνω σε αυτές τις ισορροπίες δοκιμάζονται και επιπροσθέτως υπονομεύονται. Σε αυτό το πλαίσιο οφείλουμε να απαντήσουμε με ειλικρίνεια. Πώς λοιπόν μπορούμε να διασφαλίσουμε και να ενισχύσουμε την ευρωπαϊκή αλληλεγγύη στην πράξη? Μπορούμε να θεωρούμε ότι η απειλή που αντιμετωπίζει κάθε κράτος μέλος είναι συλλογική? Και είμαστε σε θέση να αξιοποιούμε αποτελεσματικά τα εργαλεία που έχουμε στη διάθεσή μας? Έχουμε άραγε όλα τα εργαλεία τα οποία χρειαζόμαστε? Η Κύπρος τάσσεται ξεκάθαρα υπέρ της συλλογικής θεώρησης. Σε αυτή τη νέα γεωπολιτική πραγματικότητα μπορούμε να διαφωνούμε, να ασκούμε κριτική εντός των αιθουσών συνεδριάσεως στις Βρυξέλλες, στη Χάγη, στη Λευκοσία. Άλλωστε, η διαφωνία και η άσκηση κριτικής δεν είναι ποτέ πρόβλημα για την δημοκρατία, αλλά προϋπόθεση. Αλλά απαραίτητη προϋπόθεση βεβαίως παράλληλα είναι να είμαστε ενωμένοι. Οι συμβιβασμοί που επιτυχάνονται εντός της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης είναι σαφώς προτιμότεροι από τις παραχωρήσεις τις οποίες θα εξαναγκαζόμασταν εκτός από αυτήν. Επιπλέον, η μεταβλητή γεωμετρία στην ενοποίηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, η επιλεκτική δηλαδή συμμετοχή κρατών μελών σε ενωσιακές πολιτικές, δεν αποτελεί την κατάλληλη απάντηση για την εποχή που έρχεται. Είτε μιλάμε για τον χώρο της ελευθερίας, ασφάλειας και δικαιοσύνης, ή την Europol, είτε την Νομισματική Ένωση, είτε την ΠΕΣΚΟ, είτε την Ευρωπαϊκή Εισαγγελία. Όταν η ασφάλεια και το εμπόριο δοκιμάζονται ή εργαλειοποιούνται, το ίδιο μπορεί να συμβεί και με την πληροφόρηση στην καταπολέμηση του εγκλήματος. Και τότε όποιος μένει εκτός των μηχανισμών συνεργασίας είναι και ευάλωτος. Την ίδια στιγμή, η ενισχυμένη συνεργασία πρέπει να παραμένει ανοιχτή στη συμμετοχή όλων των κρατών μελών. Σε αυτό το πλαίσιο, η Κύπρος καταβάλει κάθε δυνατή προσπάθεια για την ένταξή της στη ζώνη Schengen. Και είμαστε ιδιαίτερα ευγνώμονες για τη συνδρομή της Europol στην καταπολέμηση, για παράδειγμα, της παράνομης μετανάστευσης, της σεξουαλικής εκμετάλλευσης παιδιών στο διαδίκτυο, του ηλεκτρονικού εγκλήματος, της τρομοκρατίας, της διακίνησης ναρκωτικών. Οι κοινές επιχειρήσεις, η εμπειρογνωμοσύνη και η ανταλλαγή πληροφοριών μέσω της Europol έχουν απτό και μετρήσιμο αποτέλεσμα. Αγαπητές προσκεκλημένοι και αγαπητοί προσκεκλημένοι, κύριε Πρόεδρε, το τελευταίο διάστημα η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση βρίσκεται συχνά στο επίκεντρο κριτικής. Και ενώ μεγάλο μέρος αυτής της κριτικής μπορεί να είναι και αβάσιμο, η Ένωση οφείλει να είναι σε θέση να στηρίζεται περισσότερο στις δικές της δυνάμεις για να προστατεύσει τους πολίτες της. Γι' αυτό η ενίσχυση της επιχειρησιακής δυνατότητας της Europol αποτελεί και επιτακτική ανάγκη. Για μένα το πιο σημαντικό, η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση είναι να μπορεί να προστατεύει ταυτόχρονα και τις αξίες της. Γι' αυτό το έργο της Μεικτής Ομάδας Κοινοβουλευτικού Ελέγχου είναι κρίσιμο, όσο και το επιχειρησιακό έργο της Europol. Η δημοκρατία δεν περιορίζεται στην εκλογική διαδικασία. Αφορά τη λογοδοσία, αφορά τις θεσμικές ισορροπίες, αφορά τον έλεγχο, τη διαφάνεια, την εμπιστοσύνη, ότι η εξουσία ασκείται εντός των ορίων του νόμου. Και δεν ζητούμε από τους πολίτες να επιλέξουν ανάμεσα στην ασφάλεια και τα θεμελιώδη δικαιώματα. Επιμένουμε και στα δύο. Ο κοινοβουλευτικός έλεγχος δεν είναι μια γραφειοκρατική επιβάρηση. Είναι ο μηχανισμός που θεμελιώνει την νομιμοποίηση. Είναι αυτός που διατηρεί την εμπιστοσύνη των πολιτών, ειδικά σήμερα που η επιβολή του νόμου εξαρτάται ολοένα και περισσότερο από δεδομένα, γίνεται τεχνολογικά πιο σύνθετη και απαιτεί ενισχυμένη διασυνοριακή συνεργασία. Και σε ένα κράτος δικαίου, η ενίσχυση της ασφάλειας οφείλει να συμβαδίζει με την ενίσχυση του κοινοβουλευτικού ελέγχου και η Europol δεν είναι εξαίρεση. Αυτή λοιπόν είναι και η ευθύνη της Μεικτής Ομάδας Κοινοβουλευτικού Ελέγχου. Να θέτει δύσκολα ερωτήματα, να διασφαλίζει ότι οι δικλείδες ασφαλείας λειτουργούν στην πράξη, δεν προβλέπονται απλώς στην νομοθεσία, να επιμένει στην αναγκαιότητα και την αναλογικότητα, να προστατεύει τα θεμελιώδη δικαιώματα, ακόμα και όταν η επιχειρησιακή πίεση είναι έντονη. Ας στείλουμε λοιπόν μέσω από αυτής της συνάντησης ένα ξεκάθαρο μήνυμα ότι η Europol αποκτά τις αναγκαίες επιχειρησιακές δυνατότητες όταν αυτές συνοδεύονται από έλεγχο, ότι η αποτελεσματικότητα ενισχύεται αλλά συνοδεύεται από λογοδοσία και αυτός ο συνδυασμός δεν είναι αδυναμία, είναι η δύναμη μας, είναι η ευρωπαϊκή μας ταυτότητα. Κυρίες και κύριοι, η συνέχιση του κοινοβουλευτικού ελέγχου επί των δραστηριοτήτων της Europol θα την θωρακίσει ώστε να συνεχίσει να συνδράμει ουσιαστικά τα κράτη-μέλη. Γιατί καμία παράνομη πράξη, δράση δεν μπορεί να παραμένει ανοιχτή, καμία χώρα δεν μπορεί να είναι μόνη σε οποιαδήποτε απειλή και κοινές δράσεις και κοινοί στόχοι φέρνουν τα καλύτερα αποτελέσματα για τους πολίτες. Γι' αυτό εξάλλου βρισκόμαστε εδώ και μόνο το δικό τους συμφέρον υπηρετούμε. Ξανά καλώς ορίσατε στη Λευκοσία. Εύχομαι παραγωγικές συζητήσεις. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ, κύριε Πρόεδρε.
Ευχαριστώ, κυρία Πρόεδρε. Αγαπητέ Συμπρόεδρε, αγαπητά μέλη της Τρόικα, αγαπητά μέλη της ΜΟΚΕ, κυρίες και κύριοι, αγαπητοί προσκεκλημένοι. Είναι ιδιαίτερη τιμή για εμένα να σας καλωσορίσω όλους στην 18η συνάντηση της Μειχτής Ομάδας Κοινοβουλευτικού Ελέγχου της Europol, που πραγματοποιείται εδώ, στο Συνεδριακό Κέντρο Φιλοξενία, στη Λευκοσία, υπό τη συμπροεδρία της Βουλής των Αντιπροσώπων και του Ευρωπαϊκού Κοινοβουλίου. Το σοβαρό και οργανωμένο έγκλημα, η διακίνηση ναρκωτικών, η τρομοκρατία, το κυβερνοέγκλημα, τα δίκτυα παράνομης μετανάστευσης, καθώς και το χρηματοοικονομικό έγκλημα συνιστούν άμεσες απειλές για την ασφάλεια των πολιτών και την σταθερότητα των κοινωνιών μας, υπερβαίνοντας τα εθνικά σύνορα και καθιστάμενα ολοένα και πιο σύνθετα. Ο καθοριστικός ρόλος της Europol στη στήριξη των κρατών μελών είναι αδιαμφισβήτητος. Η Europol έχει καθιερωθεί ως ο βασικός κόμβος πληροφόρησης της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης για την αντιμετώπιση των εγκληματικών δραστηριοτήτων και εξελίσσεται σε πυλώνα της Ευρωπαϊκής Αρχιτεκτονικής Εσωτερικής Ασφάλειας. Η ενεξελίξη αναθεώρηση του κανονισμού της αναμένεται να ενισχύσει ουσιαστικά τις επιχειρησιακές και αναλυτικές της ικανότητες, ενδυναμώνοντας την ικανότητα της Ένωσης να ανταποκρίνεται αποτελεσματικά και άμεσα στις σύγχρονες απειλές. Η συνάντηση αυτή πραγματοποιείται σε μια κρίσιμη συγκυρία, καθώς η αναθεώρηση αυτή αναμένεται να έχει εκτεταμένες συνέπειες, επηρεάζοντας καθοριστικά τον ρόλο και τον τρόπο λειτουργίας της Europol στο Ευρωπαϊκό Σύστημα Εσωτερικής Ασφάλειας. Σήμερα έχουν εγγραφεί για να συμμετάσχουν περισσότερα από 70 μέλη, προερχόμενα από 28 κοινοβουλευτικά σώματα και 23 κράτη-μέλη. Παρέχεται ταυτόχρονα διερμηνία στα ελληνικά, αγγλικά, γαλλικά και ιταλικά. Προσβλέπω με ιδιαίτερο ενδιαφέρον στις συζητήσεις μας, καθώς ασκούμε τον κρίσιμο κοινοβουλευτικό έλεγχο του έργου και των δράσεων της Europol. Θα ήθελα στο σημείο αυτό να αναφέρω ότι μετά το πέρας των εργασιών μας αυτές τις 2 μέρες θα εκδοθεί κοινή δήλωση των συμπροέδρων της ΜΟΚΕ, η οποία θα σας αποσταλεί μέσω ηλεκτρονικού ταχυδρομείου μετά την ολοκλήρωση της συνάντησής μας, για να την συνυπογράψετε όλα τα μέλη εφόσον το επιθυμείτε. Είναι κάτι που γίνεται για πρώτη φορά και ευελπιστούμε να γίνει και θεσμός. Πριν όμως προχωρήσουμε στις εις βάθος συζητήσεις μας, επιτρέψτε μου να αναφερθώ και σε ορισμένα πρακτικά διαδικαστικά ζητήματα. Ο κωδικός του Wi-Fi για τη συνάντηση βρίσκεται μπροστά σας στα έδρανα. Όσον αφορά την διαδικασία παραχώρησης δικαιώματος λόγου, θα πρέπει να συμπληρώσετε τις κάρτες που βρίσκονται επίσης στα έδρανα και αφού τις συμπληρώσετε, παρακαλούμε πως τις παραδώσετε στους υπεύθυνους της διοργάνωσης, οι οποίοι διαχειρίζονται τα αιτήματα λόγου και βρίσκονται στο πίσω μέρος της αίθουσας. Τώρα θα ήθελα να καλωσορίσω θερμά τον Συμπρόεδρο της ΜΟΚΕ Europol και Πρόεδρο της Επιτροπής Πολιτικών Ελευθεριών, Δικαιοσύνης και Εσωτερικών Υποθέσεων του Ευρωπαϊκού Κοινοβουλίου, τον κύριο Θαρθαλέχος, και να του δώσω τον λόγο. Κύριε Θαρθαλέχος, ο λόγος δικός σας.
Thank you, Mr. Demetriou. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to also welcome you to this 18th meeting of the JPSG. Our discussion today will take place with the overarching goal of ensuring the security of European citizens and the resilience of our Union against evolving threats. So Europol will continue to play a central role in supporting member states, coordinating responses and enhancing information sharing across the EU. Just a couple of points to start with. First, we look forward to the upcoming revision of Europol's regulation in order to enhance the agency's capabilities while also ensuring effective judicial scrutiny. And second, as far as the Consultative Forum on Fundamental Rights, whose composition we decided at our last meeting, please just note that it is currently in the process of laying down its working methods. So, flow back to you, Mr. Demetrio.
Ευχαριστώ, κύριε Θαρθαλέχος. Θα σας ενημερώσω τώρα για τα αποτελέσματα της συνάντησης της Τρόικα. Η Προεδρική Τρόικα ενέκρινε το σχέδιο της ημερήσιας διάταξης αυτής της 18ης συνάντησης της ΜΟΚΕ. Στη συνάντηση παρουσιάστηκαν επίσης οι προτεραιότητες της Ιρλανδικής Προεδρίας, η οποία θα αναλάβει την Προεδρία του Συμβουλίου της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης το δεύτερο εξάμηνο του 2026. Στο τέλος της συνάντησης ανακοινώθηκε η ημερομηνία της επόμενης συνεδρίασης της Τρόικα, η οποία θα πραγματοποιηθεί στο Ευρωπαϊκό Κοινοβούλιο στις Βρυξέλλες στις 4 Νοεμβρίου 2026. Στη συνέχεια θα προχωρήσουμε στην παρακολούθηση του έργου της Ευρωπόλ κατά τους τελευταίους μήνες, με ανταλλαγή απόψεων με την κυρία Καθρίν Τεπόλ, εκτελεστική διευθύντρια της Ευρωπόλ, και τον κύριο Σιένκο, πρόεδρο του Διοικητικού Συμβουλίου της Ευρωπόλ, συμπεριλαμβανομένων των δραστηριοτήτων και δράσεών της που συνδέονται με τον πόλεμο στην Ουκρανία. Η πρωινή συζήτηση θα ολοκληρωθεί με μια ομαδική φωτογράφηση έξω στο Έθριο. Σήμερα το απόγευμα θα έχουμε τον Ευρωπαίο Επόπτη Προστασίας Δεδομένων, τον κύριο Βιρόσκι, ο οποίος θα παρουσιάσει την υφιστάμενη κατάσταση όσον αφορά την προσπάθεια προστασίας δεδομένων. Στη συνέχεια θα έχουμε τις παρουσιάσεις του αναπληρωτή εκτελεστικού διευθυντή της Ευρωπόλ, του κύριου Έπνερ, και του κύριου Ονίτη, αναπληρωτή Γενικού Διευθυντή για τον χώρο Σέγγεν και την εσωτερική ασφάλεια της Γενικής Διεύθυνσης Εσωτερικών Υποθέσεων της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής, για τη συζήτηση που αφορά στην ενίσχυση των δυνατοτήτων και της εποπτείας της Ευρωπόλ στο πλαίσιο του νέου κανονισμού που αφορά την Ευρωπόλ. Η αυριανή μέρα θα είναι αφιερωμένη σε δύο θεματικές ενότητες. Η πρώτη αφορά στο ρόλο της Ευρωπόλ στην πρόληψη και την καταπολέμηση της παράτυπης μετανάστευσης. Η δεύτερη επικεντρώνεται στο χρηματοοικονομικό έγκλημα και στην συνεργασία της Ευρωπόλ με την Ευρωπαϊκή Εισαγγελία, την Eurojust, την Ευρωπαϊκή Υπηρεσία Καταπολέμησης της Απάτης και την Αρχή για την Καταπολέμηση της νομιμοποίησης εσόδων από παράνομες δραστηριότητες. Θα ολοκληρώσουμε την 18η συνάντηση της ΜΟΚΕ με τα καταληκτικά σχόλια των συμπροέδρων. Αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι, μέλη της ΜΟΚΕ, συμφωνείτε με το σχέδιο της ημερήσιας διάταξης? Δεν βλέπω καμία αντίρρηση. Η ημερήσια διάταξη εγκρίνεται. Θα δώσω τώρα τον λόγο στον κύριο Θαρθαλέχος για να συνεχίσει με το επόμενο θέμα της ημερήσιας διάταξης. Να αναφέρω ότι οι εκπρόσωποι της ΜΟΚΕ συμμετείχαν στη συνεδρίαση του Διοικητικού Συμβουλίου της Ευρωπόλ που πραγματοποιήθηκε στις 9 και στις 10 Δεκεμβρίου του 2025. Το σχετικό έγγραφο της συνεδρίας είναι αναρτημένο στην ιστοσελίδα του IPEX. Mr. Tathalechos, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, now we move on to the next item on our agenda. We will be devoting the next 2 hours of this first session on the briefing of the activities of Europol. So it's my pleasure to welcome now Mrs. Catherine De Bolle, Executive Director of Europol, and Mr. Ireneus Senko, who is the Chair of the Europol Management Board. Mrs. De Bolle and Mr. Senko will report on Europol's activities from November 2025 to February 2026. Before I give the floor to Mrs. De Bolle and Mr. Senko, I will briefly explain to delegates how they can submit their requests for the floor for the subsequent exchange of views. Members of national parliaments of the European Parliament wishing to intervene are requested to fill in the speaking cards, which are placed at their seats, and hand them over to the organizers in charge of the request of the floor. The speakers list will be created on the basis of these requests, and the floor will be alternatively given to 2 members of national parliament and 1 member of the European Parliament until the list of the speakers is exhausted. This session will be organized according to the so-called ping-pong formula, so each question will be followed immediately by an answer. I'm afraid I will need to be strict and set the speaking time. Please keep your questions, your interventions to a maximum of 2 minutes, be as specific as possible, because the aim is to ensure that all parliaments or chambers have the opportunity to participate in the debate. And if time allows, we may then have the opportunity for further questions at the end. At this point, I would like to extend our special thanks to Mrs. De Bolle, whose mandate as Executive Director of Europol will soon come to an end. Over the course of many years, her leadership and commitment have been instrumental in fostering excellent cooperation with the JPSG. Her vision, professionalism, and dedication have been greatly appreciated, I can assure you. I'm sure that today Mrs. De Bolle will go out on a high note, and congratulations for your outstanding work in this period in which you have actively engaged with the Parliament and which you have been leading Europol through a very remarkable extension of its capacities and the ability to cooperate as a central element, a central pillar of the internal security architecture in the European Union. Congratulations, Mrs. De Bolle, and our appreciation for the work you have done. And now, having said this, in which I think I represent the feelings of the Parliament, I am pleased to give the floor to Executive Director Mrs. De Bolle for up to 20 minutes to inform us about the agency activities.
Thank you, Mr. Zarzalejos. Distinguished members of national parliament, distinguished members of the European Parliament, Mr. Dimitriou, Mr. Zarzalejos, thank you very much for your kind words. I really appreciate it, and it has been an honor to be in the lead of this agency since 2018, and I'm very proud of what we achieved with the team of Europol. Thanks also for your help, because the Parliament was always on our side, and we really appreciate that. And I would also extend my thanks to the JPSG, because it's now the 16th time, I think, I participate in the JPSG, and I saw this forum growing as really an asset also for Europol, helping us and giving us the possibility to explain what we do, what we cannot do, and how we need to do and to work on internal security together with the national parliaments in the different countries. So, the JPSG has played a key role in this regard. This is my introduction. I can skip the pages. Let me start to update you on the regular updates. at the end of last year, the new regulation to strengthen Europol's role in the fight against migrant smuggling and trafficking in human beings was adopted. We are already at work to implement the relevant changes and committed to enhance even further Europol's role in fighting these heinous crimes. Already in December, we got the support of the Europol Management Board to our proposal to establish the new European Centre Against Migrant Smuggling. We call it ECAMS. Europol will also be able to progress with the implementation of the biometrics roadmap, and we will continue supporting member states in the implementation of the Information Exchange Directive. Operational deployments will be further enhanced, while impact and operational task forces grants to member states will also increase. You have recently received the multi-annual programming document for 27-29, which is part of the Europol programming document 27-29. The focus of our multi-annual programming remains the Europol strategy, delivering security in partnership. And we have developed an extensive implementation roadmap for the strategy, which has been guiding our work. Key elements are the new external relation strategy 2025+, and also the first strategy on cooperation with private parties adopted in June last year, and our strategy for a reinforced engagement with Schengen-associated countries, which is also very important related when we look at the internal security issues we are confronted with. The Joint Operational Analysis Case, JOAC, will be further developed, including the basic protection level infrastructure to ensure that member states can use the tool. And the EU policy and legislative developments have a strong impact on our work. This includes the EU interoperability agenda and the Directive on Information Exchange, but also the new internal security strategy, Protect EU. Most importantly, the Commission is currently finalizing the evaluation and the impact assessment of the Europol regulation, and this will shape the future of Europol discussion. Further to my update to the JPSG in November 2025 last year, I would like to brief you about the main developments regarding our positive cooperation with the EDPS and Europol's data protection efforts overall. In December 2025, we reported the outcome of an assessment concerning the resources invested by Europol to support supervision and assurance activities to the Management Board. From that assessment, it follows that Europol invests 29 full-time equivalents in data protection compliance next to the 7 FTEs working in the Europol's data protection function. Accordingly, an overall number of 36 FTEs at Europol are dedicated to data protection-related efforts on a continuous basis throughout the year. This underlines our commitment to process the operational personal data we are entrusted with, a clear priority on data protection. And moreover, out of the 218 annual inspection recommendations since 2017, we have implemented 190 recommendations, or 87%. And I have to underline that the recommendations by the EDPS include complex organizational changes and adjustments to technical systems and infrastructure, so it is fair to say that Europol has diligently followed up on the EDPS recommendations from annual inspections. The EDPS guidance on joint operational analysis has been implemented, in particular as regards the application of joint controllership when Europol works together with you, the member states, for joint analysis. The related implementing decision was adopted by the Management Board. Europol's open dialogue with the EDPS continues to be key for seeking to realize Europol's forerunner role in a dynamic technological landscape and fast-evolving crime landscape. On the way forward, it is important to see Europol's obligation to conduct prior consultation with the EDPS on new tools for processing operational personal data in the context of our need to ensure innovation. I can refer to, for instance, software development cycles. They have become shorter than the time that is required for the prior consultation process, the consultation of the EDPS, the resulting implementation of the feedback up to the actual deployment of the tools in the daily operational work. And also the AI Act has an impact on the development of tools because of the introduction of the concept of high-risk systems, which in general is applicable in the law enforcement area. These systems then require a dedicated impact assessment and relevant mitigation under the AI Act, in addition to the general data protection impact assessment. So against this background, Europol is always looking for the combination of the various compliance requirements with the aim to be as agile as possible and keep the momentum in the development of the processing tools we need for the police community. Given that Europol's further development will rely on an increased use of technology to fulfill the mandate, I think that this topic will be of main importance moving forward. I would like to provide you now with a brief overview of the external relations of Europol. We continue to work in several regions, notably the EU neighborhood and the MENA region. Today, I would like to briefly focus on Latin America. Through new working arrangements, we have strengthened our cooperation with countries in Latin America. Most recently, a new agreement was signed with Argentina in December 25. Europol remains committed in supporting the European Commission in the negotiation on international agreements between European Union and certain Latin American countries to allow the exchange of personal data with those countries. As such, we are very pleased that the European Commission has signed the international agreements with Brazil and Ecuador. Negotiations with Peru continue, and we hope to see progress in the negotiations with Mexico into the near future. Turning now to Ukraine, we continue with our support of Ukraine. We have 2 liaison officers from the National Police in Europol. We are connected to the Ukrainian counterparts. Ukraine remains a key operational partner for Europol, and since the beginning of the war, we have between 15 and 18 guest officers that are deployed in neighboring countries of Ukraine. The level of cooperation is shown by numbers. A steep increase in messages exchanges, 50% more from 2024 to 2025, over 300% increase since 2020, and cases initiated with Ukraine 12% compared to 2024 more. Key areas of cooperation are the war crimes investigations. We also work very closely together on weapons trafficking and explosives. And we also look a lot on the intelligence we receive from Ukraine on lost and stolen weapons, as well as seized firearms and drones for cross-checking and further analysis. Let me update you on our operational work in selected thematic areas. Drugs trafficking. Last November, we hosted the 9th annual European Drugs Conference. Experts from 51 countries, including EU member states and third countries, discussed the operational trends we see in this area and also our responses. What experts see is a very complex landscape. We are confronted with multiple challenges, ranging from changes in the routes, in modi operandi, to increasing convergence between drugs traffickers and other forms of crime, including cybercrime and environmental crime. And these findings can provide evidence-based elements useful for the legislators when designing new policy options. We therefore welcome the new European Strategic Framework on Drugs presented by the Commission last December. This strategy represents a comprehensive action-oriented framework driven by a single objective, the protection of the EU and the citizens of the EU and society. Drug trafficking does not only harm individuals, it corrodes societies. Drugs are a driver of corruption, violence, and instability that crosses borders, sectors, and institutions. And fighting these threats requires actions that go beyond the disruption of network and law enforcement action only. Europol therefore welcomes the whole of society approach pursued in the new framework and its strong focus on preparedness and prevention. In the last JPSG meeting, I informed you about the launching of the operational task force GRIM, an initiative aimed at tackling the rising trend of violence as a service and the recruitment of young perpetrators into serious and organized crime. The task force is led by Sweden, and this task force brings together law enforcement authorities of 10 countries, EU member states and third countries. It is one of the most active task forces coordinated by Europol, and it has already achieved excellent results. 193 arrests took place in the first 6 months, including 6 instigators and 84 recruiters. Our focus is on the most active and dangerous criminal rings. A Swedish high-value target linked to the Foxtrot criminal network was notably arrested in Iraq early January. This represents a significant outcome of OTF GRIM, as the individual is suspected of playing a central role in violence as a service and the recruitment of minors in Sweden. The task force also works with online service providers to dismantle the infrastructure enabling these violent crimes. We also carry out awareness activities targeting online platforms. And finally, the OTF also invests in public awareness with the release of advice for parents on the Europol website. Talking about migrant smuggling, the current landscape remains complex. The smugglers adjusting their methods to changes in demand and changing smuggling routes to bypass law enforcement efforts. Smugglers continue to exercise high levels of violence against migrants. Document fraud is an essential component for the networks. We continue to provide support, including on-the-spot support, to national authorities by deploying staff and guest officers to member states and third countries as they need them. The new ECAMs, which I mentioned earlier, together with additional resources, will help to increase the support of Europol in this area, but timely exchange of information and enhanced cooperation with origin and transit countries, that is key to tackle this effectively. As mentioned in November, Europol is strengthening its response to criminal networks that exploit the digital environment. Since its launch in January 2025, Europol's DigiNext platform has driven joint law enforcement action to detect, to analyze, to investigate, and to remove online content linked to migrant smuggling. Turning to cybercrime, another key priority area, over the last months, the Cybercrime Center has further enhanced its support to victims of child sexual exploitation and ransomware in novel ways. In December, Europol launched a child-friendly digital platform, Help for You, to support children and teenagers facing sexual abuse or online harm. The platform aims at empowering minors to seek the support they need, with information on what to do, where to get help according to their specific experience and potential threat. This platform was created by Europol's AP Twins, together with the Center of Excellence in Terrorism, Resilience, Intelligence and Organized Crime Research, CENTRIC, in close cooperation with experts from psychology, education, IT, data protection, law enforcement and academia. On ransomware, Europol continues to work with partners to develop decryption tools to the most prominent ransomware families. These tools are made freely available on the nomoreransom.org website. This is a repository of keys and applications that can decrypt locked data by different types of ransomware. nomoreransom.org is managed by Europol and by the Dutch police, and proactive outreach to victims is also part of the new approach to ransomware cases coordinated by Europol. As mentioned in the last meeting, Europol's multi-layered and complex terrorist threat is shaped by geopolitical instability and problems in society, polarization. Vulnerable individuals, including children as young as 11, are targeted by violent criminals who exploit sophisticated online ecosystems. To combat this, Europol has coordinated a terrorist identification task force and referral action days across several member states. These actions have led to thousands of online referrals and removals. More effective, Europol's Percy platform works today against the radicalization of minors that occurs across jihadist, right-wing and hybrid extremist ideologies. What is very worrying is the rise of nihilistic violent groups, such as the 764 ecosystems. This demonstrates the convergence of crime, violent extremism, exploitation, and violent digital subcultures. Specifically, Europol has intensified efforts to tackle the abuse of gaming and streaming platforms and increasingly important platforms for recruitment and radicalization. Let me conclude my last intervention before the JPSG with some remarks on the future of the agency. Facing an increasingly evolving and complex international criminal landscape, the upcoming years will be crucial to forge a sound and effective European response. As reported to you last November, we have worked in close cooperation with the European Commission and Member States to identify areas where Europol can best guarantee operational added value to the national authorities and its partners. In 2026, together with the comprehensive revision of Europol mandate, the legal basis of our other key European agency, such as Frontex, will be updated. New legislation on data protection, firearms, as well as policy initiatives such as the new agenda on preventing and countering terrorism and violent extremism are in the pipeline. I think it's important that against this background, synergies and complementarities among all the initiatives need to be ensured in order to optimize its operational impact and guarantee effective results. I hope that in the future, Europol can also rely on your support from the Parliament and from the JPSG to make the agency even more operational. I wish the JPSG and you the best of luck for the future. Let me once again thank you for the great cooperation with you over the last 8 years. It has been an honor for me to represent Europol the last 8 years. And if you agree, I will hand over to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ebola. I think this is the first time I see that intervention is applauded, and rightly so. Now we turn to the presentation by the chair of the Europol Management Board, who we congratulate for his recent appointment. So, Mr. Cinco, the floor is yours for 10 minutes.
Distinguished members of the national parliaments, distinguished members of the European Parliament, distinguished co-chairs of the Joint Parliamentary Scrutiny Group. I'm very pleased to join your 18th meeting in the beautiful city of Nicosia, and I would like to thank you for your invitation to present the activities of the Europol Management Board. From the outset, it's important for me to underline that the Management Board truly values the close dialogue established with the group, the JPSG, throughout the years, and it's committed to continuously strengthening. This dialogue is instrumental to democratic scrutiny and to Europol's accountability, not only under the current framework, but also, and perhaps above all, in the perspective of Europol's future. Today's meeting is the last one I have an honor to address, since the current 18-month period will end on the June 30th this year, thus before the next JPSG meeting. Since my first report 1 year ago, my objective has been to provide the JPSG with a concrete illustration of the work performed by the board in discharging its decision-making functions and guiding the agency towards full accountability, compliance, and a consistent and achievable planning in all areas. With the same objective today, I will now turn to my report. Since the latest JPSG meeting, which was held in November 2025, the Management Board has held one ordinary meeting in Copenhagen on the 9th and 10th December 2025, and one online meeting concerning planning matters just a few days ago on the 27th of January this year. At the December meeting, we had the pleasure to welcome Mr. Konrad Frysztak in his capacity to co-chair the JPSG under the proceeding EU presidency. I would like to emphasize the importance attached by the Management Board to the JPSG representation in its meetings for items of specific strategic and political relevance. As Mr. Frysztak said in his introductory message to the Management Board in December, a message which I fully share and value. Joint parliamentary scrutiny of Europol activities is not only a duty, it's also a guarantee that the agency development will take place in a spirit of transparency, accountability, and respect for the democratic principles. At both meetings in December and January, the Management Board took an important decision meant to be instrumental for the future development of Europol. As I bear in mind the detailed presentation made by the Executive Director, Kathleen de Bolle, I value the customary exchange of views with all JPSG members following our presentations. I will focus my report mainly on 3 points. First, the new European Centre Against Migrant Smuggling. And its December meeting, in accordance with its statutory responsibilities, the Management Board decided upon the establishment of the new European Centre Against Migrant Smuggling, called ECAMS, within Europol. Specifically, in light of the new EU regulation enhancing Europol's support to the preventing and combating migrant smuggling and trafficking in human beings, and on the basis of a proposal from the Executive Director, the Management Board has decided the functioning tasks and composition of the new centre. I wish to emphasize that the main purpose of the setup endorsed by the Management Board is to enable the ECAMS to provide efficient and effective support to the national competent authorities in large-scale and data-driven investigation, in full respect of Europol's obligation towards data protection and fundamental rights at large. Of course, only practice will say whether the adopted blueprint will meet the legislators' as well as the practitioners' expectations. The Management Board will review the functioning of the ECAMS 1 year after its entry into operations. Europol Planning Document 2026-2028, transmitted to the co-chairs of the JPSG in December last year, outlined specific implementing activities. For instance, reinforcing the structure and capacities of the European Migrant Smuggling Centre, enhancing your operational and strategic partnership, including with third countries of interest, building up Europol deployments for operational support as a flexible and responsive mechanism to provide targeted assistance for the member states, and strengthening collaboration with Frontex, including operational personal data proceeding once the new working agreement has been concluded. With these elements, I hope I have provided an informative description of the management board on the work of these important topics. Further, the decision of the management board concerning the selection procedure for the future Europol executive director. In December, the management board took a key step in the selection procedure for the post of the executive director by adopting the vacancy notice based on the proposal submitted by the current executive director, whose term of office is due to expire on the 1st of May this year. On this occasion, I would like to express on behalf of the whole management board our utmost appreciation to the executive director, Catherine de Bolle, for her excellent leadership all through her term of office during years which have been decisive for the future and further development of Europol. Dear Catherine, your vision and exceptional management competencies have allowed our agency to attain unprecedented operational results, while ensuring full respect of human rights and highest standards in the protection of data. Further, you have managed Europol in times of exceptional difficulty, characterized by the worldwide COVID pandemic and the year and the war of aggression in Ukraine, which is still ongoing, with its all dramatic consequences and its serve impact on the EU internal security. The ambitious profile proposed for the next Europol executive director reflects the forward-looking vision of our current executive director, since it's meant to service and promote Europol's future developments. The management board shared this vision and expressed overall support for the proposed profile. Further, the board decided to make the post as a restricted one, namely a post which can be filled only by a member of a competent authority within the meaning of Article 2 of the Europol regulation. In adopting the vacancy notice, the management board initiated a procedure which will take several months before reaching the final step, that is an appointment of the selected candidate by the Council of the EU. In this context, the management board has expressed its appreciation and full trust in Deputy Executive Director Mr. Jürgen Ebner, who will assume interim responsibility as a executive director until the new executive director takes up the office. Finally, the decision of the management board concerning Europol planning of activities and resources for future years. At its January meeting, besides adopting the Europol programming document 2026-2028, to which I have already referred, the board endorsed the draft of the next programming document covering the 2027-2029 period. Under the framework of the board, green-lighted Europol proposed work program and supporting draft estimate of revenue and expenditure for 2027. This draft includes the agency request for additional human and financial resources, further to the resources already allocated. For instance, through the new anti-migrant smuggling legislation, for which we are, of course, very grateful to you as a co-legislators. Yet I believe it's important for me to highlight that notwithstanding its awareness to be continued geopolitical difficulties of a strain of the EU budget and of the strictness of the current financial framework, the board fully supports of the agency request for further additional resources. Europol's assessment shows that with clarity that the request budgetary allocations represent the bare minimum necessary for the agency to perform in high priority areas, several of which generate from the new or additional tasks entrusted to Europol under various legal frameworks, while some of them are key to enhance Europol operational efficiency. Distinguished members of the JPSG, Europol's Work Programme 2027 is in fact one of the particular strategic importance, as it's meant to bridge Europol's key priorities, possibly already highlighted in the light of the new reinforced mandate and related resources until the next multi-annual financial framework. Only a few days ago, on behalf of the Management Board, I have a pleasure to transmit the draft multi-annual programming, a key component of the 2027-2029 programming document, to the co-chairs of the JPSG for the purpose of consulting the group as stipulated under the Europol regulation. This step is far from being a mere formal one. In sharing this document, which includes the outlook of the required financial and human resources, we also wish to bring Europol's budgetary needs to the attention of the JPSG members. Unless appropriate resources are allocated, Europol will not be able to fulfill its mandate at the full extent of its capacity, nor to effectively absorb its additional and new tasks. This is why we must secure Europol's budgetary needs, not only to maintain, but also to further the agency's ability to support the national law enforcement authorities in the threats of serious organized crime, cybercrime and terrorism. Not providing Europol with sufficient resources puts the EU security at stake, since weakening Europol directly affects the work of our police forces in countering the most serious forms of crime and terrorism, which stand always ready to shatter our society and our common values. To conclude at this point, on the board's behalf, I would like to thank the JPSG for its growing recognition and promotion of the Europol's role, and to express our trust in your continued support, including the perspective of the new multi-annual financial framework. With this, distinguished members, I will go to the end of my presentation. As customary, I would like to conclude by covering, on behalf of the whole Management Board, a kind invitation to the JPSG co-chairs to join the meeting, which will take place in Nicosia on the 22nd and 23rd of June this year, at the kind invitation of the Cyprus Presidency. In this perspective, and on the personal note, I would like to extend to you, Mr. Dimitrou, my best wishes of success, with a view of the forthcoming national parliamentary elections. I hope that my report has provided you with sufficient insight into the work carried out by the Management Board during the latest months, and I look forward, together with the Executive Director, to exchange views with you following your respective reports. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Sienko, and thank you for your invitation. Now we move on to the Q&A session. Again, please keep your interventions within the 2-minute allocated slot. State, if possible, to whom of our speakers you addressed your questions, either Mrs. De Bolle or Mr. Sienko. In case you address the question to Europol, then it will be for them to decide who will take them. Also, just please speak at a natural pace, usually more slowly than usual, so our interpreters can do their job properly, and we ensure that nothing is lost in translation. So if we got the list already drawn up, I will start by giving the floor to Mr. Wolfgang Gerstl from Austria. Mr. Gerstl, the floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, let me thank Mrs. De Bolle for her outstanding work during the last 8 years. It was really challenging times for you. Thanks a lot and all the best for your future. This topic which we are discussing now includes also activities linked to the war in Ukraine. So I wanted to ask Mrs. de Paul or her deputies, what insights has Europol gained in Ukraine in recent months? Especially there were some persons close to President Zelensky who were suspected for corruption. So I'm interested, how was Europol involved in investigating corruption cases in Ukraine? And which new insights have been gained for future support of the police in the fight against corruption? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for this question. So we engaged already a long time with the Ukrainian authorities, also the anti-corruption authorities in Ukraine. There are more than one responsible in the fight against corruption. So there is an information exchange on corruption. There are analysts in the corruption unit trained by our analysts in the corruption unit at Europol related to economic and financial crime. And we support several investigations. For them, for the people that work in the corruption units in Ukraine, it's also important to have the right legal framework. So we also help them with the introduction of changes in the legal framework, so again that they are able to do their work in an independent way.
Thank you, Mrs. de Boll. Now I give the floor to Mr. Cohen-Metsu from the Belgian Parliament.
Hi, thank you, Chair. Three small questions, different topics. First question on behalf of the Operation Fabrica. Past week, Europol's reported on Operation Fabrica, an operation that led to the dismantlement of a criminal network involved in synthetic drugs trafficking. Does Europol actually consider this as an overall threat? Are there any trends, and how is the market evolving? Second question, AI Act. Discussions on the AI Act continue, while at the same time we actually... Can you hear me actually? Sorry, okay. Discussions on the AI Act continue, while at the same time we hear also the use of AI is fighting crime is essential. What task is Europol using today? And then the third question, end of 25, Europol's regulation was updated and it was announced that a new European Centre Against Migrant Smuggling will be established. What is the exact timeline, and could you elaborate on the key tasks in this new centre? My final 20 seconds, and that's why I'm a bit emotional, so please forgive me, but I recently heard that Ms. de Bolle's mandate will not be prolonged. And not because she's a compatriot, not because she's a woman, but yes, because she was the right person to fulfill this utmost important task for this important agency. So very big shoes to fill. And Ms. de Bolle, I'm quite convinced that a new agency will benefit from your security expertise, from your professionalism, and from your unique personality. So yes, you will be missed. Thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Metsu. No regrets for being emotional sometimes. Mrs. de Boll.
Thank you, Mr. Metsu, for your very kind words. So, yes, we had the Operation Fabrica because we see that the demand and the supply of synthetic drugs are high. Is it a problem? Yes, it's a very high concern for us. There are 3 countries involved. The Netherlands, Belgium and Poland are key production countries. But we must recognize that the production has spread to more member states, and it's now as of an industrial scale. That's why we have to be very much aware of this, and that's why we will launch more actions in the future. It's about dangerous synthetic opioids as orphins, netazines. And we continue to monitor this very closely also together with the drugs agency. But we are very worried. We also see that the legal business structures are used as a key tool by the synthetic drugs actors, which of course is very worrying for the future. When we talk about AI, the AI Act and the machine learning tools, we currently have developed 10 tools, 10 techniques, processing operations that are based on machine learning tools and models. We use them in operational analysis, and we went for all the tools through the consultation process with the European Data Protection Supervisor. The human evaluation is present for all the tools. It's always done. I can give you some examples. It's about image classification. It's to classify images on drugs, weapons, murders, and so on. It's facial detection and similarity search. It's about named entity recognition to extract entities from text, such as persons, telephone numbers, addresses. And we also did build, we call it Eureka. It's our in-house built large language model. You can compare it to ChatGPT, but for police use only and not for personal data. And it's used internally in the organization. And then when we talk about the implementation of the migrant smuggling package, we intend to open the new center during the management board in March. We receive 50 million of euros extra, which is of course very important. 50 staff positions. We triple in fact the capacity we have today. This is very important. We will have 2 operational units in the ECAMS, an expertise and stakeholder management unit and a migrant smuggling unit. So we are very hopeful for the future that we will be able to support member states much more in migrant smuggling, and the digital aspect will be of a key importance for the centre. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. De Bolle. Now, Mrs. Caterina Chinichi, the floor is yours, European Parliament.
Grazie, grazie Presidente. Io voglio ringraziare la direttrice De Bolle e il Presidente Sienko per le loro.
Thank you, President and Chair. I would like to thank Catherine De Bolle for her presentation. I would like to thank Europol for the great work done, and Catherine De Bolle, that I've known for a number of years. Among the many activities that have been going on, I would like to highlight some of them that are not just meant to fight against serious crime, but also are meant to safeguard minors and youth. For example, Help for You, the new digital platform to support children and teenagers that are victims of violence. As for my question, I would like to mention another issue, that is the dismantling of a huge network of cryptocurrency fraud, which has been involved in money laundering for millions of euros. And so here is my question. We know that cryptocurrency is used widely by criminal networks, also for the aim of money laundering and fraud. But we have to be frank. Cryptocurrencies are still a challenge for regulators and decision makers. So here is my actual question. In what way is Europol responding to these new and complex challenges? Thank you.
Grazie. Signora Chinichi, Madame De Bolle.
Thank you, Madame Chinichi. Cryptocurrencies, they are a pillar in our investigation. So we started a few years ago to look for the right experts in the law enforcement community in the European Union. We did set up a specific team, cryptocurrency experts, that are at the top level, I must say, in the European Union, and they are at the disposal of the law enforcement authorities who have very difficult cases where cryptocurrency tracing is of key importance. So their expertise are in tracing, blockchain profiling, de-anonymization, and tracing the so-called untraceable privacy-oriented cryptocurrencies. We will never have enough of them, and we see that the usage of cryptocurrency is increasing. Criminals' infrastructure and services are paid in crypto, ransoms are paid in crypto, laundering techniques expand to crypto, etc. What we also see is that it's sometimes difficult for law enforcement authorities to keep the right experts, because in the private sector they gain much more money, not only in the EU but also in other parts of the world. Our crypto experts are high level, and they are in the loop of the whole world, in fact, to be recruited. So we try to keep them on board because the mission we have at Europol and in the law enforcement community is exceptional, and the possibilities and what they can do, how they can cooperate is exceptional. I think for the future it would be good that members of the parliaments who are interested to have a talk with them to see they can explain you the legal loopholes and which measures should be taken on European level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. De Vol. Now I give the floor to Mr. Antonio Rodriguez from the Portuguese Parliament for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the first place, I wanted to thank the report, the excellent report and the extensive reports that were presented today by Europol, namely by Mrs. De Vol. I will not speak about the challenges that were already in the papers, and we have too many documents already about this, but I would like to ask 3 simple questions to Mrs. De Vol. First of all, what kind of challenges have you found in the difficulties of cooperation between national states or member states, between European institutions, and with police forces along the countries in Europe? In second place, do you find still some kind of difficulties about national laws that don't comply between themselves and can somehow create a difficulty for Europol to achieve their purposes? And on the third place, do you think at this moment that we should have a bigger exposure of the activities of Europol as a way to send a message, not only for organized crime, but also to the general public, in order that they can be aware of what is being done? As the crime is transnational, also the police forces should be transnational in supporting all the activities against crime. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you very much. The basis of cooperation between an agency as Europol and the member states is trust. Once you gain the trust, you gain the confidence to work together on cases. What can be done better is the level of information exchange. We have 4 times more information exchange since I started my mandate in 2018. We have a lot more operations, more 60% I think, or also 4 times more operations. But in the future, we can do more, because what we see is the missing link sometimes is the local level. We do not receive the information on time when it's about local issues that are going on. So this means that the mindset of a lot of police officers is not there yet, that something that is happening on local level can be linked to an international crime group. I give an example of the Nicosia. We did see this coming up in several smaller cities in the whole of the European Union. It was in fact, the demand was created by the criminal groups, but not all the cities and the local police forces did exchange this information with the national level. let it be with the European level. So we discovered, in fact, the links through the press, which is not the normal way of working. So we have the Siena connection. The Siena connection is an important information exchange channel between Europol and the national authorities, but we see that the implementation and the spread of the Siena channel in some countries is not there yet. In some countries you have 5 links, in other countries you have 27 links, but this means that the accessibility to the European network is not big enough yet. So I think that we can do more. Legal framework, yes, there are differences in the legal framework. That's why it is very important that when we talk about Europol, we talk about serious and organized crime and terrorism, that there is always a judge involved in the case when you come to Europol, because then from the start we know that we are on the right track with our investigation and that everything we do will be accepted in court. So for us it's important that we have even more JITs than we have today because of the legal framework and the interpretation of the legal framework. But I think also on a more European scale that, for instance, when we talk about legalization of drugs, it should be a bit more discussed all over Europe to have a bit more same approaches in the whole of the European Union. And then bigger exposure. I think we need to reinforce our operational posture. We can be more vocal. The way we work now is because we are a support agency. We work together with member states on the cases. Member states are responsible for the cases. So we also discuss with member states how to set the case in the news and how to communicate about the case. Maybe there are more possibilities also for the future. But for me, it's very important that we continue to serve member states and that member states take the lead also in the communication when we talk about operations supported by Europol. But the role of Europol needs to be recognized sometimes a bit more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bol. Now the floor goes to Mrs. Eleni Ria Apostolaki from the Parliament. I've got Mrs. Apostolaki. My list, yes.
Thank you. So first of all, I would like to thank Europol and Madame de Bol for the detailed update covering the period from November 25 to February 26. The support provided to more than 1,600 operations and the sustained use of Siena once again confirm Europol's indispensable role as the EU's key operational actor in the EU security architecture in tackling serious and organized crime. Europol's contribution from operational coordination to strategic analysis and early warning remains essential for the security architecture of our Union. Let me place particular emphasis on developments linked to the war in Ukraine and their implications for European security. The ongoing conflict continues to generate complex and evolving crime threats with a direct impact beyond Ukraine borders. Based on the data provided by Europol, the reported increase in many kinds of crime combined with hybrid and cyber threats underlines that we're not only facing a regional conflict, but a security environment with clear spillover risks for the European Union. In this context, Europol's work in Ukraine has strategic importance. Its role in providing operational and analytical support and in acting as a platform for secure and structured information exchange between Ukraine and member states is a concrete example of how law enforcement cooperation contributes directly to European security and resilience. The successful joint case that led to the prevention of a serious terrorist attack in Ukraine clearly demonstrates that added value of timely intelligence sharing, cross-border analysis, and Europol's coordination role. It also highlights the critical importance of secure handling of sensitive information in high-risk environments. Looking ahead, The response to crime threats linked to the war in Ukraine requires even stronger coordination at European level. Europol's work sits at the intersection and should be further supported and integrated into the Union's wider security efforts. In this rapidly evolving landscape, reinforcing coordination mechanisms, ensuring rapid information flows, and deepening cooperation with key partners such as Ukraine are not optional. They are necessary elements of a credible European response. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Apostolaki. Is there any remark from our speakers?
Thank you. So the work streams and the spillover effect you are talking about, the work streams, we have 5 big work streams when we talk about cooperation with Ukraine. It's on weapons, cyber, war crime, sanctions, and THB. Cyber is important and because of the misinformation that is spread in a lot of cases. And then we also see the key role for our liaison officers at the borders of Ukraine. And there we have to cooperate closely together with all the European agencies at the border and the countries involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Now it's Mr. Christian Vigenin from the European Parliament who has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, thank you for the updates on the Europol activity, Ms. De Boll. As your mandate as Executive Director comes to an end this year, allow me to congratulate you on your tenure. Since 2018, you have overseen a period of significant reform, a strengthened mandate, and a clear enhancement of Europol's operational and analytical capacity. This is also reflected in the recent Commission's evaluation, which confirms that Europol continues to deliver real added value. At the same time, it highlights the operational effectiveness still depends heavily on the quality and timelines of information provided by Member States. Against this background, do you still observe significant disparities in how national authorities contribute data and intelligence to Europol? And if so, what practical steps, short of changing Europol's non-executive nature, could help reduce these gaps and ensure more consistent engagement? And the European security environment is becoming increasingly complex, Ms. De Boll, with criminal networks growing more professional and technologically sophisticated, and with an expanding use of artificial intelligence, encryption, and digital infrastructures. Do you see shortcomings in the legislative base, or confronting these developments at this stage is rather an organizational and financial challenge? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vigenin.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your kind words. The information exchange, we see that all the countries exchanged more than before. So that is a very good step. What I also see is that within the law enforcement community, there is a lot of trust. And that is also important. And we need to keep this trust, because without trust, you cannot work together. With the intelligence community, we see that on a case-to-case basis, there is a cooperation, but not on an overall structural exchange. But the intelligence community and the police community, when we talk about hybrid threat, for instance, there we find ways to cooperate, but within the legal framework of all the communities that are involved. We need to respect the legal frameworks that are at stake. Artificial intelligence, the digital infrastructure, it changes the nature of our work. We are confronted with deepfakes a lot. We are confronted with a lot of information, a lot of data we need to process. So for me, the real discussion is about how will you allow the law enforcement community and then so also Europol to make use of these new technologies within their existing investigative powers. And how do you make the link with the justice authorities? Because if justice does not follow and you have no convictions, then it makes no sense that we do more if they cannot follow up. And then second, what I think that also needs to be discussed is the police model we are having in Europe. Is this still the police model for the future when we look at the technological developments? So the tripartite structure of the different powers, and there the place or in the executive powers of the law enforcement community, always followed by an investigation and a decision of the justice authorities. Is this still the way to go, or will you look at other ways to disrupt, for instance, or more administrative approach? That is something I think that is needed to be discussed in the future, because what we say, we are overwhelmed by real data and by fake data, and it's very difficult to distinguish the real data from the fake data, for instance, in child sexual abuse issues. Or usual ways of working are not always sufficient enough anymore. So it is very important that we have the right tools, but also the right legal framework, but that needs an in-depth discussion on the system itself, I think.
Thank you, Mrs. De Bol. Now I give the floor to Mr. Kazimierz Ujachowski from Poland. Sorry for my spelling.
Bonjour, je voudrais... Hello, good morning. First of all, I would like, on behalf of the Polish delegation, to express my thanks for the exceptional work accomplished by Mrs. De Bol as Executive Director for Europol. A question and also a suggestion. The experts must, after considering the war in Ukraine, hoping that the war will end, this is our perspective and what we hope, will cope with the organized crime and the terrorism, which and all the phenomena of crime which appear more and more complicated and more complex. These experts must anticipate the progress accomplished by all these perpetrators. So, which are your personal view regarding the development of all these risks? Europol is prepared for a new situation after, and all these new phenomena after the end of this war. And also a suggestion, our Ukrainian colleagues, I hope that the presence of the parliamentarians from Ukraine as observers is a very good solution in this context, within which we have to consider what will be the next day after this war ending. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you also for your kind words. Yes, the day after and the period after the end of the war in Ukraine will be very important for the internal security in the European Union. Are we prepared or are we not prepared? The integrity of the system will be key in the European Union. I can only talk about law enforcement and Europol. We need to be sure that we keep the integrity of the system at a very high level. That's why the information exchange between the law enforcement community and the intelligence community about the people coming in will be very important to make sure that we know whom we are dealing with. When we talk about preparation, together with member states and with the Ukrainian police, we did prepare already for a lot. We have in Europol the firearms hub, but we have also the agreement with the Ukrainian police that they send us the information about the seized and stolen weapons and explosives they have. We sent together with member states guest officers and Europol staff to Kiev to work together with the Ukrainian police on specific cases, because they have to send lots of their people, the Ukrainian police, to the front to fight, but they still have capacity to work on organized crime groups. And I must say that the cooperation on serious and organized crime with the Ukrainian police is really good. The screening system and the implementation of interoperability will also be important to make sure that we know who is crossing the border and if these people are trustworthy or not. But maybe my colleague the chair of the management board, can also give you more insights in that, because he's representing the countries.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, what the Catherine de Boll already said in terms of preparing Europol in terms of post-conflict scenario is fully supported by the management board. As it was mentioned, that Europol takes really key important issues, and it's very important not only for Europol but also for the member states to be prepared for the post-conflict scenario. So this is the general overview. Of course, it depends and it differs from the member states. We as a Poland, we are trying to be, as we are the neighboring country with Ukraine, and so talking about Polish side as the one who is the nearest with the border. We already predict some different scenarios, especially in terms of smuggling weapons and in that terms smuggling the narcotics, and especially focusing on the synthetic drugs which are used by the soldiers on the front line. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Mr. Dario Itrebak from the Croatian Parliament for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Madam de Boll, how is the rapid development of AI and other advanced digital technologies reshaping cybercrime and organized criminal activities in Europe? And what concrete steps is Europol taking to stay ahead of criminals who increasingly exploit artificial intelligence for fraud, disinformation, deepfakes, and large-scale cyber attacks? In your report, you outlined key priority areas for Europol's future focus, and I cannot agree more with you with what you said. However, do we already have concrete action plans and operational measures, especially considering that technological innovation enables criminal activity to evolve at a pace that often outstrips our regulatory, operational, and investigative responses? Thank you very much, and thank you on the name of Croatian delegation for everything what you have done in your term as the Executive Director of Europol. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Itrebak. Madame de Boll.
Thank you, and also thank you for your words. As we published the SOCTA, we mentioned the changing DNA of organized crime. And the changing DNA refers to AI, accelerated by AI. So all the fraud, the criminal phenomena we see, most of them existed already, but they are accelerated a lot by AI, and they are nurtured online. So online frauds, it's really epidemic. We see it growing on a daily basis. We are not always able to detect whether it's AI generated or human generated. Of course, this is difficult for the investigators. It's also difficult to define who is the final responsible for these fraud schemes, but a lot of people are victim of that. We also see an increase of ransomware. For Cybercrime Center, it's still one of the key issues we are confronted with. And then we see also an increase of child sexual abuse material, which is also generated by humans, but also by AI. And as I mentioned already before, our traditional way of working, like for instance the victim identification task force, when we talk about child sexual abuse, it's difficult to still apply because we do not know whether the videos, the children are real, or the background is real, or it's synthetic material that is generated. We are not a technological company. Europol is not a technological company, but we have the Innovation Lab. And I'm very happy that I did set up the Innovation Lab in 2019, because it offers the possibility to all the law enforcement agencies in the European Union to make the business case. And it offers the opportunity to the European level to look for the right solution. Whether we have to develop it ourselves, whether a tool is existing already on the shelf, whether we co-create something in the framework of a funded project with the European Union. I think a lot of steps need to be made for the future, and a real discussion is needed about the usage of technology by the law enforcement community on national level and on European level. And there also a frank and honest discussion is needed about data protection and privacy, and how do we make sure in Europe that we respect the data, that we protect the data of the individuals, that we respect human rights, but that we also respect the right for the victims to have the right answer to their crime they are confronted with. So I think we need to have AI tools in police, but the human evaluation will always be key. I was attending a big conference, and I can assure you that we in European Union are still convinced that a human needs to make the evaluation, but in other continents this is not the case. I don't think we can go that way, and we always need the human evaluation, because we are humans and humans become victims of crime. So for the future, I really think that there needs to be much more discussion and public debate. And I am a bit hopeful for the discussion, because I see that more and more countries, when we see that victims of crime, like children, very young children that are recruited by terrorists, by criminal groups, that you can buy violence on the social media platforms as a service to set up your crime area, that more and more countries take measures and discuss these measures. So I am hopeful for the future that we will find the right balance. It will take some time, but I think we will find the right balance. And in the meantime, we as police, we have to continue. We have to do our operational work. So within the legal framework, and with the support of the Data Protection Supervisory Authority in the European Union, we managed to develop tools and use those tools in criminal investigations, but we are confronted with the limits of our work on a daily basis. And in a lot of cases, we cannot provide the right answers anymore, because we cannot cope with the amount of and the large scale of the data we are confronted with from a criminal perspective.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Mrs. Even Ainsir from the European Parliament. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. And as all other colleagues in here, I also want to extend a big thank you to the Executive Director, De Boll, for all the work that you have been doing. And it's been really a pleasure to follow the work that you have been doing and cooperate on the areas that we have done. And especially in this time of populism, I feel that you have always tried to ensure that the solutions that you put forward is rooted in evidence. My questions are twofold. The first one concerns the AI Act that you very rightly mentioned. Right now, there is this process of a digital omnibus taking place, and the AI Act is one of those acts and piece of legislation that I see is right now being slaughtered, or the intention is to deregulate. And I would like to hear you elaborate a bit on how you see on that the AI Act will be open now, and what it means for the work that Europol is doing. The second is about children into serious and organized crime, as you also mentioned several times. It is a huge problem that we see in many, many countries, not at least in my own country, Sweden. We have a huge problem with young people being recruited into these heinous crimes, both contributing to destroying the society, but most of all also destroying the life of children, the childhood of children that should be safe. The European Commission have said that they will put forward an action plan on preventing and recruitment of children into organized crime. Is Europol being part of the process, and what would you say is the essential part in ensuring that we prevent children into organized crime? Because we hear more and more about harder legislations, even against children. In my own countries, the age of criminal liability has been lowered, which I think is a bit living in an up and down world. What would you say is one of the biggest solutions in order to ensure prevention rather than treating children as perpetrators rather than victims? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Inser. Mrs. De Boll.
Thank you. About the AI Act and the upcoming timeline, we welcome, of course, the proposal of the Commission on the digital omnibus and AI that was published in November. And the Commission was expected to publish draft guidelines on the high-risk AI systems in the coming week. The rules around high-risk AI systems are set to be applicable in August 2026. And as you mentioned, the digital omnibus on AI proposes to postpone this application of the AI Act rules on high-risk AI system. DG Connect has already announced that it will reassess the guidelines on high-risk AI systems and engage in a broad consultation. And this is set to postpone, in fact, delay the publication of the final guidelines until this summer. And in this context, the digital omnibus on AI becomes even more important because of the application of the AI Act requirements on high-risk AI systems that require proper guidance by the Commission in a timely manner. For us, it's crucial that the specific concerns of the law enforcement community are properly addressed in the guidelines, and Europol will continue to engage with the law enforcement agencies in the Member States and with the Commission regarding the implementation of the AI Act. In a time of rapid technological advancement, we need to reduce the complexity around the compliance aspects. That's what we believe. What about the young people and about the OTF GRIM and about prevention? I am only a police officer. Together with police officers, we see a lot of horrible cases of very young people recruited, and everything is going on online. So I think we really need to discuss the attitude and the moral responsibility of the online service providers. But I think that also the schools play a very important role. How do we make our children resilient in this world from a young age? And how do we give purpose to our children in this world? And where can they go if they are approached via the digital environment? We have a lot of young people that are not coming out of their homes, that are staying in their houses, and that are only communicating with a machine, and they don't know the person, the one they are communicating with. Is it a machine or is it a person? And we, as a parent, we don't know what is going on. So this is not normal and should be addressed. But I think it needs to be addressed also with the private sector, not only with law enforcement. The whole of a society approach is needed for that. So what we see, it's not only about vulnerable children, it's about all children. And what we also see is that the 764 communities, they grow and they grow and they grow. And we saw them coming up a few years ago in the European Union. Before, they were already active in the United States and in the United Kingdom. But the horror, we have never seen this before. So how to stop that? From an investigative perspective, we need to exchange information. We need to identify the children. We need to identify the perpetrators, but there will always be new perpetrators. And there will always be new perpetrators with more violent actions that they will undertake and that they will oblige children who are influential to undertake. So we can only, from a police perspective, make sure that the information we get out of criminal cases, that we can share it with policymakers, that we can share it with parents to create awareness first, and then to give relevant information to policymakers so that you can set the right policies in place. And that is also something that is not always a given. Sometimes we have cases where we see a lot of relevant data today, but we are not able to share this because there is no authorization from justice authorities. So I think also when it's relevant to the well-being of children, that it also should be possible to exchange a bit more with relevant policy stakeholders.
Thank you, Mrs. de Boll. We have already closed the speakers list. We have 9 speakers left. And now I give the floor to Mr. Pavel Slic from the Polish Parliament.
Thank you very much. As the chair mentioned in his presentation, the management board played a key role in enabling the establishment of ECAMS as a permanent United Europe structure within Europol. Could the chair elaborate in more detail on the main aspect considered by the management board when making the decision in this regard? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Of course, it was mentioned before, but some additional information from the management board perspective. Of course, the setup that was proposed by the Europol and throughout it was also prepared by the member states at expert level, and we as a management board took into account all this suggestion, and we finally articulate between migrant smuggling and trafficking in human beings and how the Europol could ensure tackling both phenomena more effectively. So we proposed, of course, to allocate the resources granted by the new regulation, and of course we established, we accepted the established coordination mechanism between the new center and the center of the serious and organized crime, as well as the other centers. What was mentioned, we took. We decided and approved the suggestion from the Europol that the trafficking in human being team would be reinforced in terms of staff and will be placed under the serious and organized crime. And then after a year of operating, it will be evaluated whether it was the right decision, or maybe we can change it and move the unit to the new established ECAMS. Of course, sometimes it's a bit challenging, since the new center which is created, namely ECAMS, should continue to be ensured. Since then, of course, the THB and the migrant smuggling issues are very intertwisted, so they need to be in a direct contact and exchange the information. As previously Director General mentioned, that the new center will consist also of additional resources, and it was approved, as it was suggested, to have the expertise and stakeholder management unit, and of course digital support office, and of course the migrant smuggling unit, and those are the allocated resources from the new anti-migrant smuggling. Of course, the new ECAMS will fully respect the human rights with the compliance of the data protection, but by all this means, and the core principle guiding any structural development at Europol is the new concept of ECAMS, and it will serve on the operational objectiveness and, of course, maintaining, as I mentioned, the highest data protection standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sienko. Now I give the floor to Mr. Konrad Fristak, also from the Polish Parliament.
Thank you so much. The chair mentioned the procedure regarding election of a new executive director of the Europol. Could the chair discuss in more detail the aspects taken into account by the management board when defining the profile for the post? What will be taken into account? I also have a second question related to the transition of management on the Europol. The chair referred to the fact the deputy executive director for corporate governance will temporarily perform the duties of Europol's executive director until the new executive director takes up the post. Could the chair discuss in more detail the decision taken by the management board to ensure continuity of command? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sienko.
Thank you for the question. Just maybe I would say briefly, but it's not possible briefly to answer to these questions. We as a management board are fully aware of the importance and selecting the new executive director, and it's our utmost attention to this matter. Of course, we decided. And given the nature of this missing and specific character, we asked the current executive director to prepare the proposed vacancy notice based on her experience. We decided also we discussed very carefully on the last management board. And prepared finally the vacancy notice, which is actually at the end of the day, as I mentioned during my presentation, restrict to the post of the and originating from the competent authority within the host countries, meaning that only police authorities and law enforcement services will be able to be a candidate from the respective countries. What maybe just a few words about criteria. Of course, the extensive professional experience in law enforcement or internal security, but keeping in mind not only operational but also the strategic level. The experience at the also in European or international context, particularly in keeping in mind the serious organized crime issues, terrorism, cybercrime, or any other linked with these areas. Extensive experience in leading innovation and digital transformation, that was also included in the vacancy notice, and of course good understanding of digital and technological developments which are actually happening nowadays in the law enforcement cooperation, including data-driven policy and But that's actually, beside the managerial and leadership skills, the questions of Mr. Frischtak referred to the continuity of functioning the agency. So that was also discussed on the meeting in June 2024. And based on the suggestion...
Mr. Sienko, you should conclude your answer.
All right, thank you. Very short, very briefly. Based on the conclusions and suggestions from the current executive director, we put the order who is in terms of her replacement. And finally, the board accepted the suggestion that the first will be the executive director for the governance, Mr. Ebner, and if he's unable to perform his duties, then he might be replaced by the order for the Mr. Lakouf, and in case Mr. Lakouf is not able to perform his duty, last but not least, will be Andrea Linda accordingly to the decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sienko. Let me remind all the speakers there should be 2-minute question, 2-minute answer. And now I give the floor to Mrs. Asita Kanko from the European Parliament. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank everyone for the interventions, for the questions, and especially Ms. De Bolle for all your hard work and for the good collaboration with the Parliament and with the EU institutions. My question is about drug-related crime. As we've all seen in various media the past years and again recently in so many European countries, drug-related crime is plaguing our communities, destroying so many lives in schools, in neighborhoods, and also infiltrating the economy. Europol has recently published a report highlighting the evolving tactics of criminals responsible for this mess, criminal networks trafficking cocaine into Europe across the ocean. From Europol's perspective, how do you assess the latest trends? Have you observed any drop in seizures in certain areas and in certain ports? And if so, what could be the explanation? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kanko. Mrs. De Bolle.
Thank you, Mrs. Kanko, and thank you for your nice words. Yes, there is a drop in seizures. We see that, and we see three major changes to that to explain this. The diversified routes and methods of the groups. They use more and more non-commercial vessels, semi-submersibles, and drop-offs at sea. Second, the sophisticated concealment techniques. So drugs is concealed in industrial equipment, machinery, carrier materials. We see that more and more. And three, the technological advancements. Criminal networks on leveraging and using really the new technologies, encrypted communication, the autonomous vessels, and not to forget drones. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. De Bolle. Now I give the floor to Mrs. Pila Keton-Hubinen from the Finnish Parliament.
Thank you, Chairman. First, I would like to thank you, Madame De Bolle, for your excellent and dedicated work. And I have a brief question concerning port security. Criminal networks seek to exploit the structures of legal maritime transport and infiltrate logistic companies. For example, in recent years, the majority of drugs smuggled to Finland have been brought through ports. I would like to ask about the current situation of European ports. They traffic high traffic volume and international nature makes security management challenging. And as I mentioned, criminal organizations use ports as channels for drugs and human trafficking and other illegal activities. And cyber attacks are increasing threat in the port environment as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wolle.
Thank you. and also for your nice words. Yes, we see that the change to smaller ports is there. We had a few big ports a few years ago. Now we see that criminals use more and more smaller ports. The port alliance is important to us because it's an alliance in between the ports. There are negotiations in between the ports. Security is taken very seriously. National policies are developed and the cooperation with the private sector is in the loop. So it's really important to keep this port alliance alive and kicking. We have a liaison officer from Customs at Europol, so the cooperation with Customs Authority, of course, in this area is also of key importance. And the mapping exercise we will do at a 2 years basis is very important because we need to understand what the criminal development is about. And with this mapping exercise, we are able to detect the most threatening criminal networks and the way how they work in the European Union is important. Just to give you one figure, the Europol Drugs Unit in 2025 supported 500 operations only related to drugs, and the key threat remains cocaine and synthetic drugs trafficking. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Mr. Antti Haugas from the Estonian Parliament.
Thank you. Dear Mrs. Paul, thank you for your insightful contributions to this discussion. New synthetic opioids and nitazens that have not yet been criminalized are causing serious problems in Estonia. Estonia is one of the most proactive countries in Europe when it comes to adding new substances to the list of banned drugs. But paradoxically, this means that new psychoactive substances often reach Estonia earlier than other parts of Europe, as the market quickly adapts once a substance is prohibited. As soon as the substance is criminalized, a new one appears to replace it. And I ask, in your opinion, what could be done collectively at both the national and at European level to break this cycle and prevent new substances from continuously entering the market? Thank you very much for your perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Haugas. Mrs. De Vol.
Thank you for your question, and it is, as you mentioned, the cycle is there. So the early warning system is in place, is very important, and the cooperation with the drugs agency will be of key importance. So I think for the future, we also need to discuss with them how to try to break the circle.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Mr. Krzysztof Smisek from the European Parliament. Mr. Smisek, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a question concerning collaboration with Ukraine, and it was said a lot about cooperation with Ukraine so far, but my question concerns a very detailed issue, which is the documentation of the war crimes committed by Russians at the territory of Ukraine. So my question is Europol still supporting Ukrainian authorities and in collecting and preserving the evidences? And also my question is on whether Europol is providing any analytical support, data cross-checking, and digital forensic assistance to the Ukrainian authorities. Thank you so much, and also I'm joining the words of appreciation of your service in the recent years. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Smisek. Mrs. De Vol.
Thank you. And thank you also for the words of appreciation. Yes, we support the Ukrainian authorities related to war crime investigations. We support them with forensic support. We support them in the JIT that has been established at Eurojust level with several member states. Last year, 2025, we supported 55 operations, 4 action days, 1 JIT, and we produced 186 operational reports related to war crimes investigations. investigations. We received and analyzed over almost 40,000 photos and pieces of video footage related to possible war crimes. We analyzed 1,420 witness statements linked to 2,600 potential war crime events. We identified over 600 suspects, and we received and stored 30,000 potential war crime events retrieved from open sources. Thank you.
Thank you, Madame de Boll. I now give the floor to Mr. Gunther Krings from the German Bundestag.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for your report and, of course, especially for your very successful work, Catherine de Boll. And I think you're heading this agency in very crucial times. And now you can look back to almost 8 years of active service at the head of Europol. And I would ask the favor that you share your experiences on cooperation and data exchange with other EU agencies in these years. I think this is very important also for the work in the future. Meanwhile, the European Union has about 10 entities in the area of justice and security. And I think it's obviously crucial that they can properly work together, can cooperate. And if you want to cooperate, you need to be able to share and exchange information and data. And I think this is crucial, especially in our times. And it's obvious that there are areas where there's still a lot room for improvement, I think, especially when it comes, for example, to the cooperation and data sharing between Frontex and Europol. I think our efforts in fighting migrant smuggling is only credible if also these two important agencies for this issue can properly work together. So I would be interested, maybe as kind of a legislator, if you give us any suggestion. Maybe we have to amend European laws, we have to work for this. Is there maybe also in the near future reason for the hope that these possibilities to exchange data will be improved? And that's certainly not only true for Europol and Frontex, but also data exchange and data sharing between different agencies. So I would really appreciate if you could, after these almost 8 years of experience, share some information with us, some also insights and opinions with us.
Thank you, Mr. Krings. Madame de Boll, an open question to you.
Thank you. And also thank you for your nice words. So the cooperation in the justice and home affairs sector is good, and the understanding in between the different agencies is on a good level. Can we do more? Yes, we can do more. I think with EPO we can do more. There, the recast of EPO and of Europol will be very important. We can do much more for EPO if they want to, and if the legislator wants to. With Frontex, there is already information exchange, but we have still issues in the exchange of data. So we did not reach the level of contributions before the ADPS audit in 2023. We are still looking for solutions in that area, but we are not there yet. And when I can tell you, in 2025, we received around 40 debriefing reports in response to case-based requests when we compare to 2024. Before 2023, we received 2,366 debriefing reports. So there is an issue that needs to be solved in the future. What is important is that we have not too much duplication. We can share good practices, there is trust, and that reciprocity is foreseen when we talk about cooperation within the agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. de Boll. Now, our last speakers in this morning session, who is Mr. Gadi from the European Parliament. The floor is yours.
Ευχαριστώ, κύριε Πρόεδρε.
Thank you very much. Welcome everyone in Cyprus, and I would like to wish you to have a good stay here. Ms. de Boll, congratulations on your work. As in charge of the group of the European Union that visited the Estonia, and seeing with my own eyes the work carried out by EU LISA, I would like to know how helpful, how facilitator it is in the work of Europol, and what's the support that is needed by EU-LISA, in your opinion? And the second one, my second question has to do with the area we are here today, the country we are living. Cyprus is a member state that is under occupation. It's a neighboring country to the Middle East and a troublesome country, namely Turkey. I would like to know the fire cease line and the green line, and by extension occupation, affects Europol's work, given the fact that it's a point of entrance for drugs, for illicit drugs, and for immigration, illegal immigration.
Madame de Paul.
Thank you, and thank you for the questions. LISA, we need it because of the big networks that need to be put in place. Interoperability is of key importance, and that EU-LISA is really the driver there. And then, for instance, for law enforcement, we cannot make use of the cloud yet because there is not, we did not detect a good cloud solution on EU level. Maybe EU-LISA can take up that responsibility to build a cloud for the law enforcement community. As of for the Green Line and the occupied areas, Europol, we work with the Cypriotic authorities and we discuss a lot with them what to do, but we always work together with Cyprus under the lead of the Cypriotic authorities because we are a support agency and the lead of the investigation is in the hands of the law enforcement community of Cyprus.
Thank you, Madame Bol. Well, actually, Mr. Gyadi was not the only of the last speaker. I would now give the floor to Mikhail Babrikevich. I think we can take a few minutes from the family picture.
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, of course, as all of us, I would like to express my thanks to Europol. We appreciate the great importance of your work in this turbulent, complex time in the situation, the global situation, and all of the challenges that you are facing, we are facing. My question have a rather unusual character, as it is a matter of a precedent, but it is something that we need to grapple with, as the Europol is also responsible for coordinating a proper implementation, implementation of the European Union law. And I would like to refer to the issue of political asylum on the territory of the European Union for those who are chased by the prosecutor office from another European Union state for criminal charges related to organized crime. We quite recently in the European Parliament last week, we had the petition that was voted, which relates to the situation of former Deputy Minister of Justice from Poland, who escaped to Hungary and where the European arrest warrant was guaranteed by the Polish court. And a few days later, the government of Viktor Orban issued the political asylum for him. And of course, as a rule, the situation in the European Union is that the political asylum does not apply. The institution is not applied, apart from a couple of exceptions in the Protocol 24 to the treaties. This is not the case. So I would like to know what is the position of Europol as the institution which is also, as I said, responsible for improvement and effectiveness of cooperation on that level. Have you elaborated this issue? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Babrikevich.
So thank you. I cannot elaborate on specific cases, of course, but the very good tool we have in the European Union is the European arrest warrant. It's in the hands of Eurojust, and they deal with it in a very effective way. Thank you.
Thank you, Madame de Vol. And now, I think this is really our last speaker, sort of out of quota speaker, Mr. Demetriou, who will take in the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Thasalechos. Αγαπητή κυρία Αντιπόλ, κύριε Σένκο.
And Mr. Senko, I would like to thank you, first of all, Ms. De Bol, for the great collaboration these past few 8 years. I have the honor to preside the Cypriot representation, and our collaboration has always been impeccable. I would like to underline the fact that Europol, with you and in the lead, has progressed a lot. It's not by chance that here in this interparliamentary scrutiny group, you have managed to win the confidence of all of us. Today's briefing on Europol's activities since November is important because it allows us to understand whether cooperation at European level in the field of internal security is keeping pace with the reality of a fast-paced digital and cross-border crime, and with the geopolitical environment that unfortunately creates new opportunities for crime. In Cyprus, this is not a theoretical issue. As Mr. Yadis said before, our geographical position, our borders as the external borders of the EU, and our open economy are the causes for which we feel the pressure of the networks of illegal immigration, money laundering, and increasingly sophisticated cybercrime networks that take advantage, in addition to people, drugs, the trade of drugs, and other things. So we need an operationally strong Europol that meets the needs of member states and is capable of turning information into tangible support, facilitating investigations to deliver results. Europol's support to member states in linking cases across borders and support coordinated action is crucial. Therefore, Ms. De Bol, we welcome your report, the results, the priorities, and the way in which Europol has provided tangible added value to member states, including Cyprus, during this period. I would like to ask the following questions. When it comes to the war of Ukraine, when it comes specifically to the sanctions evasion, what phenomena has Europol encountered and how is it seeking to combat them? And also, how do you assess the cooperation of Europol with the United States? And if you identify any gaps or difficulties? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your words, and thank you for your question. The cooperation with Ukraine related to the war, I must say it's on a very high level. We see it in the increase of the information exchange. We see it in the dedication of the Ukrainian authorities to second people to the Europol office. We support actions and investigations with EU member states. And since 2025, the violation of union restrictive measures to the lists of crimes for which Europol is responsible is also important to us. What do we do with Ukraine when we talk about financial crime, for instance? We have this Operation Oscar. We cross-check the data, we produce financial analysis reports, we provide seizures, we provide tracing and seizures of criminal assets, and so on. And we have 41 countries that are supportive in this area. When we talk about the United States, in this afternoon or tomorrow morning, my colleague from O Department, Operations Department, can also give more information related to that. Until this moment, the liaison officers of the United States of the different agencies are still in the Europol headquarters, and on working level there is still a good cooperation on a very high level with the United States when we talk about serious and organized crime and terrorism. We discuss a lot with member states when we talk about data exchange and information exchange, but we have a good level on cooperation with the United States. As you know, we are not the owners of the data, so when data is exchanged, we go back to the countries to discuss with them to exchange the data or not.
Thank you, Madame de Boll, Mr. Stienko. Thank you for your presentation and for your responses. But let me thank Mrs. de Boll in particular for her comprehensive and insightful contribution to what has been the last meeting of the JPSG for her. We are grateful for her continued engagement with the JPSG and for the constructive cooperation she has fostered over the years. On behalf of the entire Joint Parliamentary Scrutiny Group, I wish you, dear Catherine, every success in your future endeavours. Thank you. Now, Mr. Dimitriou have some guidance to give to us.
Thank you, Mr. Zatsalechos. Λοιπόν, πρωτού κάνουμε διάλειμμα.
So before we take a break for lunch, I would like to invite all of you participants and speakers to follow the always smiling and willing and cooperative staff of the House of Representatives outside to the atrium for a group photo. Just to clarify, all passengers with red and blue badges are kindly requested to go outside for the group photo. Thank you very much, and see you back at 2:30 sharp, where we will be continuing our meeting with the next item on our agenda that relates to data protection. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much.
υφαίνοντας την ιστορία, την παράδοση και την ταυτότητα του τόπου. Όπως η βελονιά σχηματίζει ένα κέντημα, ένα νήμα που ενώνει το παρελθόν με το παρόν και οδηγεί με αυτοπεποίθηση και περηφάνεια στο μέλλον, συνυφαίνοντας διαχρονικά την πορεία της Κύπρου με την Ευρώπη, με το κοινό ευρωπαϊκό αύριο. Είναι το ίδιο νήμα που ενώνει τα στοιχεία του νησιού μας, τη γη και τη θάλασσα, τον ήλιο, το φως, τον πολιτισμό, σε μια παράδοση μοναδική. Μια παράδοση με ευρωπαϊκές, βυζαντινές και μεσανατολικές αποχρώσεις που καθρεφτίζει την ψυχή ενός νησιού στο σταυροδρόμι 3 υπήρων. Ενός νησιού που ανήκει στην Ευρώπη, στο νότιο-ανατολικότερο άκρο της και που εδώ και αιώνες υφαίνει γέφυρες ανάμεσα σε λαούς και πολιτισμούς. Στα λεύκαρα, στα γραφικά λουσμένα στο φως σοκάκια, γεννήθηκε μια τέχνη που ταξίδεψε την Κύπρο πέρα από τα σύνορά της. Το λευκαρίτικο κέντημα. Με τις ρίζες του στο 12ο αιώνα συνενώνει τις δυτικές επιρροές με την κυπριακή δημιουργικότητα και δεξιοτεχνία. Άειλη πολιτιστική κληρονομιά της UNESCO αποτελεί σύμβολο αριστοτεχνίας και σύνθεσης. Στο κέντρο του το νήμα, εύθραυστο μόνο του, αλλά ισχυρό και συνεκτικό όταν υφαίνεται μαζί με άλλα. Μια μεταφορά για τη συνένωση ανθρώπων, κρατών, ιδεών και πολιτισμών σε ένα ενιαίο, αρμονικό και ισχυρό σύνολο. Το κοινό ευρωπαϊκό οικοδόμημα. Βρισκόμενη στο πηδάλιο της Ένωσης για 6 μήνες, η Κύπρος, ως το τελευταίο διαιρεμένο υποκατοχή κράτος μέλος της που προσβλέπει στην ενοποιητική της ισχύ για επανένωση, παρουσιάζει το δικό της σύμβολο για το κοινό ευρωπαϊκό όραμα. Ένα λογότυπο εμπνευσμένο από το λευκαρίτικο κέντημα, σύμβολο της δύναμης που πηγάζει μέσα από την ενότητα. Το λογότυπο της Κυπριακής Προεδρίας του Συμβουλίου της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης αποτελείται από 27 ψηφίδες. Κάθε μία αντιπροσωπεύει ένα κράτος μέλος. Μαζί σχηματίζουν ένα αρμονικό και ενιαίο σύνολο. Την ένωση των κρατών μελών που συμπορεύονται πιο ισχυρά και πιο ενωμένα με κοινό σκοπό. Μαζί αποτυπώνουν τον κυπριακό ήλιο που εκπέμπει φως, ενέργεια, ανανέωση και ελπίδα, δείχνοντας το δρόμο προς ένα κοινό, βιώσιμο και φωτεινότερο ευρωπαϊκό μέλλον. Για μια Ευρώπη ισχυρότερη, πιο αυτόνομη, πιο ανθεκτική, πιο αλληλέγγυα και πιο κοντά στους πολίτες της. Για μια Ευρώπη που ανταποκρίνεται πραγματικά στις προκλήσεις της εποχής. Ασφάλεια, άμυνα, ανταγωνιστικότητα, ενέργεια, πράσινη και ψηφιακή μετάβαση, περιφερειακή συνεργασία, κοινωνική συνοχή και αλληλεγγύη. Μαζί ισχυρότεροι.
Illusions of minors under 15 years old.
However, the agency Europol supports a number of
the legislation in order to capture convertible alarm and signal weapons, and we've just heard from the Minister how
Parliamentary Scrutiny Group on
Members of national parliaments of the European
context in which Europol developed this. If we are talking about potential use of AI by Europol also.
And at the beginning of the war,
also mentioned in Parliament to Mrs. Raquel García Miranda.
Thank you.
Attack the key players.
It's given more space and has expanded, has adapted.
Tackling this phenomenon.
I'm delighted to meet you here in Stockholm.
Parliament. I'm especially happy to be able to welcome you all here in person. It is our second in-person meeting since the pandemic, and the meeting is web streamed and interpretation is available in English.
55 investigations related to
Illusions of minors under 15 years old.
However, the agency Europol supports a number of
the legislation in order to capture convertible alarm and signal weapons, and we've just heard from the Minister how
Parliamentary Scrutiny Group on
members of national parliaments of the European
Context in which Europol developed this. If we are talking about potential use of AI by Europol also.
and at the beginning of the war,
Also mentioned in Parliament to Mrs. Raquel García Miranda.
Thank you.
Attack the key players.
It's given more space and has expanded, has adapted.
Tackling this phenomenon.
I'm delighted to meet you here in Stockholm.
Parliament. I'm especially happy to be able to welcome you all here in person. It is our second in-person meeting since the pandemic, and the meeting is web streamed and interpretation is available in English.
55 investigations related to environmental crimes, and this is an increase of 25%.
Among law enforcement agencies has never been greater. And at the forefront of this effort stands Europol.
Remarkable step forward.
Root causes that we see organized crime on rise in some member states.
The member states in our large and complex cases.
Next, the floor is yours for up to 10 minutes as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
It's one of the member states that are most under attack by organized crime.
Madame de Boll.
I'm delighted to meet you here on the revision of the Europol strategy 2020+.
Which are the characteristics of illicit gun markets today? The approach to tackle firearms trafficking.
Of my activities as a fundamental rights officer, you receive no verdict.
Lost and stolen weapons.
In international outreach.
γιατί είναι εδώ. Αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon. We will continue with the next unit of our agenda, which has to do with data protection. Today, European Data Protection Supervisor and Mr. Ebner, Deputy Executive Director at Europol. I welcome you, warmly welcome each and every one of you. The speakers will have 15 minutes for their presentations before we start with the questions and answer session. Please limit your interventions to not more than 1 minute so that all colleagues have time to ask their questions. Mr. Wiblierowski, you will be speaking up first for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairman Zalewski, Chairman Demetriou, Mrs. De Boll, Mr. Sienko, honorable members of the national parliaments and the European Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to address the Joint Parliamentary Scrutiny Group once again. I think it's my 16th time as well, and I would like to thank the Cyprus Presidency for hosting us here in Nicosia. I guess my tie from the previous presidency of the Cyprus shows that we remember the hospitality from this island. Let me also join the choir of the people who are thanking Madame de Boll for her terms in the, as the executive director of Europol. That was really a pleasure to work together with such a professional person who built such a nice landscape for cooperation between the authorities, even if our roles in the system of the European Union are different. The Joint Parliamentary Scrutiny Group is central to democratic accountability over Europol activities, and EDPS greatly values this opportunity for open and substantive exchange of views. Today I will focus on 4 main points. Our perspective on the Commission evaluation report from December 2025, the added value of the data protection impact assessment and prior consultations, the handling of complaints of individuals in the context of access requests, and EDPS annual audit of Europol. Let me start with the Commission evaluation report from December 2025, as this is an important milestone considering upcoming review of the Europol regulation. We carefully read the report, however, we regret that EDPS was not among the sources consulted. The Commission missed the opportunity to use our in-depth knowledge of the practical work and independent supervisors role for the Europol. In today's intervention, I will present evidence-based insight to complement and reframe certain aspects of the Commission evaluation report. But first, I would like to underscore the key message which comes from the report. Data protection builds trust, and trust enables information sharing. And let me quote the report. This is also what is on the slide. It's Europol currently has a robust legal data protection framework in place, which ensures sufficient safeguards for the potential increased use of its new powers. 7 member states also stressed that this framework facilitates the flow of information by increasing trust, although there is still the scope for improvement. Only 1 member state expressed the negative view. This shows that it's not only the effectiveness of Europol action, but also the very possibility to expand the agency remit, interestingly, depend on compliance with key data protection guarantees. Respect for those guarantees is not optional, it's essential for the police cooperation in the area of freedom, security and justice. More work is needed to fully unlock Europol's data processing powers. However, such progress must remain strictly in line with the applicable rules. And it is precisely in the context where independent supervision plays an essential role. In this regard, let me now address some concerns raised in the evaluation report. The report refers to costs and time of data protection impact assessment and prior consultations. Prior consultations are not carried out by default. They are required only for the processing operation that Europol itself identifies as a high risk for data subjects. National law enforcement authorities are the subject of similar obligations under the Law Enforcement Directive. But it's true what was said by Madame de Boll that the AI Act gives another point of view on that, setting another meaning of the high risk operations. The EDPS is bound by the legal deadlines to provide his opinions in response to Europol's prior consultation requests. The EDPS should issue the opinion within a maximum of 10 weeks. In no case EDPS exceeded these deadlines. Let me also remind you that where the urgency is proven, special arrangements can apply to meet operational needs. Europol may exceptionally initiate processing even before the expiry of the legal deadlines given by EDPS to deliver the opinion. Far from slowing Europol down, EDPS opinion provides the legal certainty, reduce litigation risk, and reinforce legitimacy. For this reason, it's crucial that adequate resources are guaranteed for independent supervision of Europol's implementation of the safeguards. Executive Director Boll rightly mentioned the interplay between the data protection impact assessment from the Europol regulation and the Fundamental Rights Impact Assessment from Artificial Intelligence Act. I absolutely agree that these works should be done in coordination in order to strengthen the synergies. European legislator, in its wisdom, decided that the Market Surveillance Authority for the Europol, according to Artificial Intelligence Act, will be EDPS, as well as the Data Protection Authority looking at the work of the Europol from the other side. Let me say that EDPS, as one-person body, is ready for such a synergy, but at the same time, stressing the need to have the kind of division in between the role of the Market Surveillance Authority and the Data Protection Authority may be countereffective, because we want to create the synergy of the work. A robust data protection framework is not hindrance, it's an enabler of the Europol's effectiveness in compliance with the EU law. Since the last joint Parliamentary Scrutiny Group meeting in November 2025, EDPS has received 3 additional prior consultation requests from Europol. This number of prior consultations is steady since the entry into force in 2022. The review of the Europol's mandate, it stems from the need by Europol to put in place the expanded mandate given by the latest review, such as the possibility for Europol to propose to the member states the creation of information alerts on third country nationals in Schengen information system. This ongoing work reflects important realities. The continuous need for clear data protection guidance in the rapidly evolving operational environment, the relevance of EDPS expertise in supervising Europol data protection, and the importance of the constructive cooperation between Europol and EDPS to ensure the compliance in practice, not only on paper. Let me share the real-world example of the ex-ante control that builds trust through the data protection. Our supervisory opinion in response to Europol's prior consultation on the internet-facing operational environment, quick reaction area. This is new cloud-based environment to retrieve and pre-process information, including personal data, obtained from online sources. It is designed to facilitate the large-scale triage of the online data, allowing for the identification of information required for the operational processing purposes. And our opinion identifies the measures required to prevent the critical compliance issues. The first is to ensuring that IT solution in question does not become the full-fledged data processing environment parallel to Europol's regular operational environment. And the second consists of Europol's remaining fully accountable and maintaining effective control over data processing. The evaluation report also mentions concerns about data subjects, access requests, for which Europol can now be directly addressed even when the data owner is the member state. On this point, we agree that the roles and responsibilities between Europol and member states could be clarified better to reflect the operational reality. In parallel, EDPS has established new ways of cooperating with the national supervisory authorities to ensure consistent handling of requests. This is another area where supervision evolves together with the operational practice. And let me finally turn to our annual inspection of Europol. The 2025 EDPS inspection report is about to be finalized. It will include important findings on Europol's implementation of key provisions introduced by the 2022 Europol regulation recast, such as enhanced cooperation possibilities with the private parties and reinforced regime for transfer to third countries. Both topics were key drivers of the latest reform. The 2022 amendments expanded Europol operational and data processing possibilities, and considerable work is ongoing at Europol to enact them. In line with the inspection carried out in 2023, our latest inspection looked at how new Europol's proceeding powers are implemented in practice, what safeguards exist, and where the gaps remain between the legal potentials and operational reality. In short, we verified whether Europol's action to implement important innovations brought in the last recast are carried out in the way that is lawful, proportionate, accountable, and respectful for fundamental rights. The findings of the inspection carried in 2023 and 2025 will support Europol in ensuring that recast delivers its intended added value while maintaining high standards of data protection. And allow me a few words also regarding earlier inspections carried in 2017, 18, and 19. In December last year, after a lengthy exchange which lasted almost 10 years, I decided to close respective cases based on the high rate of recommendations implemented by Europol. Madame de Boll also mentioned these numbers, but I will look at them a little bit more skeptically, saying that 90% of the recommendations are done, but it means that still out of 115 are pending, but or rather outstanding. But we decided that this is up to the accountability of Europol now, and these 15 outstanding items concern issues of particular importance, such as appropriate security measures for the computer forensic network. These examples show that meaningful results come from shared commitment and mutual understanding. Our supervision is not abstract. It enables data protection compliant operational innovation to benefit the law enforcement. And let me conclude. The EDPS does not seek to restrain Europol's activities. We seek to ensure that its growing powers are exercised in the way which is lawful, trusted, and sustainable. Security and data protection are not opposites. They are mutually reinforcing. Without compliance, there's no trust. Without trust, there is no effective cooperation. Thank you for the opportunity to share the EDPS perspective with the group, and we stand ready to continue close cooperation with the group, with Europol, and with national authorities dealing with the subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vivorowski, for this extensive and insightful presentation. Mr. Ebner will now respond to the presentation of the European Supervisor. Mr. Ebner will have 10 minutes for his presentation before we move on to the Q&A session. Thank you. Mr. Ebner, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, good afternoon to you, dear members of the national and European parliaments. Good afternoon to your co-chairs, Mrs. Alagos, Mr. Dimitriou. First of all, thank you for giving here the opportunity to respond, but also I would say to complement what was just presented by Wojciech Wieworowski, the EDPS. And I think it's also fair to say that over the last years, we really have developed, I would say, a very good cooperation. It's not only the cooperation with the EDPS, but we should not forget at Europol the data protection officer as such, which is also an independent function that advises directly the management board. So there's another layer which also plays a very important role. The cooperation, as said, is fast, it's intense, and it is solution-oriented. I fully subscribe what was said by Wojciech there. Even though, and that is also quite natural, that we are in completely different positions. It's the supervisor asking the questions, and of course we are in the position normally to answer the questions or put forward requests towards the supervisor. That not always we have the same interpretation, but still we find, I think, there are ways of having a good dialogue and also to look how to solve the issues. I will also complement just some elements that were presented by Wojciech Wieworowski. First, on the DPIAs, the data protection impact assessments. It is true that for new types of processing operations and changes to existing systems, the potential data protection impact is assessed in advance by the data protection officer of Europol, and prior consultation is set up as required. So it's not by default, but in reality, it is most of the time happening, because if you do slight changes, let's say in an already existing processing operation, this leads normally to a new DPIA. This has improved on Europol's side, while also the number of processing operations requiring prior consultation has increased. To give you there a figure, Wojciech is right that, let's say, over the last years is mainly constant in the figures. We had issued 30 procedures since 2017. However, this is simply due to the nature of crime as described by our executive director. We have over 40 more on our radar because more and more police work, at least the work of Europol, will be depending on technical, let's say, support, which is mainly in the area of IT, which is mainly about processing of data. And for that reason, there are 40 in the pipelines. When it comes to the data subject access requests, also mentioned by Wojciech Wieworowski, we clearly see, which is the right of every citizen, that this right is now extensively used. We had only in 2025 656 data subject access requests, so we would say every day 2 of them. This was an increase to the previous year by 35%. And if you look at all these data subject access requests, this is always to be done in consultation with the member states, so the data protection officers of the member states. And this shows that it's quite a complex procedure, which is not only to be decided by Europol, but also by the data owners, which is the police of the member state. What can be released and what can't be released. I hope that you have understanding that, for example, very sensitive ongoing investigations is difficult to share information. And if you look at then the figures of 660 data subject access requests, and we had only seen 7 complaint cases in 2025, I think that shows that a bit more than 1% of the answers we're giving is leading to some unsatisfactory reaction, which is then to be followed up by the EDPS. The executive director mentioned already that we invest in data protection at Europol something like 36 FTEs. To be comparable, this FTE, so full-time equivalent, is more than, for example, we invest in the investigation and child exploitation material. So now the question is this enough, the 36 FTE, or do we have to invest more? Most likely, and we'll come back to this at the end of my presentation, we have to be maybe not increasing the quantity, but the quality of data protection, and that we have to implement data protection that is simply smarter as it is nowadays. I said already that the number of prior consultation is going up. This relates, and also the executive director had mentioned this, also to the fact that most of our work is now depending also on using AI tools. Mrs. De Bolle had answered the question that for the time being we're using about 10 of these tools. This is not a secret that in the future it might be more to come, because all of this is the challenge to extract out of a vast volume of data that is shared with Europol, the data that is relevant. And by this, we always say that in using these AI tools, we implement in principle data protection, because these tools will help us to decide what is relevant and what is not relevant. And what is not relevant will be put aside. And then, let's say, in this case, the data volume is minimized. So that is also what we see when it comes to the AI in use. And the AI Act as such, of course, plays an important role. And Wojciech Wiewiórowski also had referred to the fact that, of course, the AI legislation puts, let's say, an additional understandable and also, of course, a political wished layer to Europol that, of course, even further elements have to be pre-checked before using AI tools. And it's the nature of the AI Act that almost everything what is in use by the law enforcement is of a high risk, and that brings with it a lot of extra requirements. As I said, we have to look together with the Data Protection Officer of Europol, but also with the EDPS on how to make things more smart and how to further develop it. We believe that we should look for efficiency gains. We consider to align assessments under data protection AI legislation, and we will explore if compliance can be monitored more efficiently at the life cycle level compared to at the level of individual releases. So what does it mean in practice? If we agree with all relevant parties involved, for example, the EDPS, on the procedure how an AI tool is developed, and if in this procedure development we strictly follow all fundamental rights, all human rights issues, all data protection issues, and if always the same principle is applied, then the likelihood should be higher that, let's say, a data protection impact assessment will lead to a positive result than always starting, let's say, more or less from scratch with the new DPIA, which is today the case. So this is what we are trying to explore, and there we also will seek a close collaboration with the EDPS. The Executive Director has mentioned two examples, and there we're also thankful for the guidance of the EDPS, where it sounded a bit, let's say, somewhat strategic, a bit abstract, but there were two guidances last year which were extremely important. The one was on the joint operational analysis at Europol. What does it mean? For the time being, joint operational analysis carried out at Europol. So you have to send liaison officers or officers to Europol to do joint analysis cases, which is, to be honest, in the digital world a bit outdated. We have to find procedures where, let's say, different parties can even work remotely on analysis cases, and in this, the joint analysis case will play an important role. Of course, the EDPS was right saying, well, if two parties work on a case, then we have also a shared responsibility when it comes to the controllership. However, you can imagine it is not that easy to agree with 27 member states and, of course, the respective national data protection laws. What does it mean in practice? Who has to do what? Who is then in the joint controllership deciding what? But this was solved, and it is a consequence. Under the lead of the MB chair, the respective MB rules could be amended and applied, which was one of the positive results where the guidance of the EDPS was very clear. Second element, which is of utmost importance, where we have started the consultation, is the ETIAS watch list, or what to do, let's say, with the ETIAS regulation as such. For those of you who are not familiar with this, is ETIAS, of course, one of the important tools of the interoperability agenda, which will enable Europol to express so-called reasoned opinions if we have a suspect that might wish to enter the EU, and this is brought to our attention. This is then cross-checked against our databases, and we have to share, let's say, a reasoned opinion. This is, of course, in a nutshell, a very, very decisive and solid action. And there we have also to find good ways that this is in conformity with data protection, But at the same time, we have to be also very much aware that data, which is very often linked to ongoing investigations in the member states, cannot be disclosed to everyone who is putting forward a data subject access request, which would be the case under the current ETIAS regulation. So this is an element where we are in close contact now with the EDPS to see how we can further develop this. It's essential for Europol now looking at the future that we look for possibilities that increase the timeliness for the response and the protection of criminal-related data against unauthorized disclosure in this. And for that reason, and coming to my final point, I would call definitely for a more smarter data protection by default. Final point on the EDPS inspection, we are very thankful for Wojciech Wiewiórowski that he set the 15 remaining recommendations out of inspections from 2017 would not be, let's say, monitored on a continuous basis. But however, it's important because the 15 recommendations are all related to a complete review, or I would say even rehaul, of the Europol IT infrastructure. And this is a massive investment and also massive endeavor, which might come only along with the new MFF to be decided, as there will be massive also financial investments necessary. When it comes to the, let's say, the latest inspections from 2021 to 2024, again, as mentioned quite rightly, also there we have already addressed the majority of the recommendations. Now to finalize my intervention, thanks again for Wojciech and his team for being very reasonable and complementary in all the supervision and inspections. I think we found a good way on how to proceed with rightful questions put forward by the EDPS. What is remaining, and this is remaining now for the future as one of the, let's say, technical challenges for Europol, is that we have to speed up processes, we have to reduce complexity in what we are doing without diminishing data protection, but by this even increasing data protection in quality and in the timeliness. Thank you, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ebner, for the presentation. Dear colleagues, we will now proceed to our discussion. I would like to invite you to ask you to complete the forms on your tables and take them back to the back of the room, hand them over to the back of the room so as to enrich our dialogue. For the moment, I have more questions from members of the European Parliament than from national parliaments, so we will change a little bit the rule of how many questions we take from national parliaments and the European Parliament in order to be more balanced during this discussion. So I would like to ask the members to state whether they're addressing their question to the supervisor or to Mr. Ebner or to both, and they will respond to each question separately. So I would like to give the floor to Mr. Martinen from Sweden, our first speaker, for his question. Thank you.
Κύριε Μάρτινεν.
Now I find the button. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ensuring that Europol meets the highest level of data protection is crucial for the legitimacy of Europol's work and for maintaining the trust of the citizens. At the same time, legitimacy and trust is also connected to Europol's ability to support the member states in the fight against serious and organized crime. When criminals increasingly operating across the borders and leaving an exponentially growing digital footprint, the law enforcement community has to manage far bigger amounts of data than before. This brings challenges when it comes to Europol's capacity and efficiency. My question goes mainly to Director of the EDPS, Mr. Wiewiórowski. From your perspective, what could be done in order to increase Europol's ability and efficiency in supporting the member states in highly priority cases within the boundaries of the existing data protection framework?
Thank you.
Ευχαριστώ κύριε Μάρτινεν. Κύριε Βιβιερόσκη, έχετε το λόγο για την απάντηση.
Mr. Viorowski, the floor to you.
Thank you very much. Well, the question is asked at the dawn of the discussion about the review of the Europol regulation. If we think about the future, we think about the changes in the law to be done. And this is not the role of the EDPS to propose the political solutions for Europol, but definitely we can say that there are the things which we can do to support the process. And the problem of duplication of the data protection impact assessments consultation with the member states authorities is one of the very good examples of such a situation. But you ask what can be done in the current legal framework. Well, of course, the investments in the processes and in the infrastructure in Europol would be the most important part of the story because it was shown many times that the constraints on the technical point are actually bigger than the problems met in the organization. But first of all, that's a kind of decision to be taken from the political level. Are we leaving Europol only as a hub for information or also the operational authority? If it should be operational, it should have clear mandate for that.
Ευχαριστώ κύριε Βιβιερόσκη.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vivierovsky. Next up, Ms. Kalchulan from the European Parliament from Estonia. Ms. Ajuran.
Yes, I would also like to thank speakers, and I would like to address the digital omnibus, which is being discussed at the moment in the European Parliament, in the member states, in almost all EU institutions. There was a presentation by Executive Director Boll about data protection. We just listened to Mr. Vievorovsky, and it's not a secret that in many cases civil society, media are very critical towards Europol and especially on data protection questions. And now we have data simplification. Commission says that the aim is to clarify, simplify, excellent aims. Everybody supports that. But at the same time, it seems that it goes too far and starts undermining the principles of GDPR, which will also mean lowering protection for Europeans. So I would like to ask Mr. Vievorovsky, where do you see challenges for Europol with the omnibus? Although I understand it's under negotiations at the moment, and I would like to hear from Mr. Ebner. I'm sure that your office has looked into that. What will be the impact on your office and the work of the Europol? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Kachuran. The floor to the supervisor and then to Mr. Ebner.
Thank you for the question. Of course, the omnibus is mainly directed to the other field. It's directed to the General Data Protection Regulation, to the Act like Data Act, the Data Governance Act, and theoretically it looks like it do not touch the part which is the Europol's activity. But if we think about the changes which are proposed there starts to be the question, will we have really the consistent system in the European Union? If we try to change the definition of the personal data in the GDPR, forgetting about the fact that the personal data are also scoped by the other legal acts. And the Law Enforcement Directive is a very good example here. If we prepare the system which is theoretically more easy for the entrepreneurs in the GDPR, and we will forget about the fact that the law enforcement authorities are processing the same data, we will create one more siloed solution that is not consistent with the rest of the world.
Mr. Ebner, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the question. First of all, I think it's needless to say that Europol, of course, respects every decision of the legislator. So there is the Artificial Intelligence Act as it is, with its consequences. But I think it was also already mentioned that, of course, the consequence is, and Wojciech was also perfectly right with this, that, of course, is an additional layer also from our side, where we have, of course, as most of the law enforcement activities in the Artificial Intelligence Act are classified as high risk, which brings a lot of, let's say, additional requirements with it. And if you put this together, that of course you have to do a data protection impact assessment, then it goes to the also to the EDPS. That, for example, then of course further fundamental rights issues have to be protocoled, and by this simply the whole consultation procedure is quite lengthy, and that is what we see as the outcome of this. So we would simply now in a position to see what is then the outcome again of this omnibus deliberations, where Europol has no role in this to play, but we will see what is then the outcome of this, and then we will of course implement in this. For us it would be of course only important then to have the necessary guidance when it comes to the so-called high-risk artificial intelligence tools, because they will be used and needed for the future. Thank you.
Ευχαριστώ κύριε Έπνερ. Το επόμενο μας ερώτημα πάλι από το...
Thank you, Mr. Ebner. Next up, the next question again is from the European Parliament, Mr. Vigenin from Bulgaria.
My question is to you, Mr. Ebner, and it relates to your observations, which you have shared publicly on several instances, that criminal networks are increasingly using artificial intelligence and advanced digital tools. At the same time, procedures for data protection and fundamental rights assessment under EU law can delay the deployment of AI-based tools by months, which often leaves authorities several steps behind. You have also mentioned that Europol can strengthen Europe's digital defenses, for example, by seconding analysts with technological expertise to national investigations, particularly in complex digital cases. So firstly, do you observe uneven levels of technological preparedness across member states? And if so, how can Europol best support national authorities? And do you see such targeted secondments as one of practical way to bridge gaps in technological capacity? And secondly, do you see scope to streamline oversight procedures so that Europol can deploy AI-supported tools more quickly while fully respecting data protection and fundamental rights standards? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vigenin. Yes, Mr. Ebner.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. This question is already partly related to another topic we discuss later this afternoon, which is on the future of Europol. If you see the challenges of AI, it is true. Let's say the use of technology is always now in place in almost all areas of criminality. And of course, in this, also criminals use AI for example, making online fraud more believable and less detectable. Mrs. De Bolle mentioned, for example, the child sexual exploitation material, which is generated by AI. So first thing is where police have to be in place also to even detect what is AI generated and what not. And there the capacities also in the member states are different. That is not a surprise. It has something to do also with the available resources, which are different in the member states. The use of AI and technology in the future is very much also a question of money and resources. And if we listen, for example, to the deliberations we had with the police chiefs when they discussed what should be Europol doing in the future in order to support the police, there was a unique, let's say, unique opinion of all the police chiefs, independently if they come from a larger member state or a smaller one, that Europol should coordinate and even be more forerunner in using and proposing modern AI tools and including technical solutions in this, not always developed by Europol, but at least coordinated by Europol, or also to have a closer view on what is on the market. So that is a unique opinion, at least from the police chiefs, which are the end users of our support. And in this sense, I would say, yes, of course, there are different capacities in the member states. Some of the member states are very much advanced, also when it comes to digitalizations, others not. And depending on the specific needs of the member states, Europol is, of course, in a position to support in accordance to the need. That can be also done by support when sending, let's say, our most capable specialists when it comes to cybercriminality or cryptocurrency. That, let's say, is also an element of debate if they can be sent more into, let's say, crime investigations into the member states without having coercive powers, of course, but supporting the member states on the spot with their knowledge. That is, for example, then a human resource-based support.
Thank you, Mr. Ebner. Next up, from Mr. Getiros, from the European Parliament, from the Greek Parliament.
A question for Mr. Ebner. There is always a fine line with regard to the protection of personal data and the combating of serious and organized crime. In recent days, in Cyprus and in other countries as well, a serious issue arises with regard to persons who want to give information for serious criminal cases and organized crime, but at the same time there are pending arrest warrants against them in other member states or in third countries. How do you ensure the protection of these witnesses so that they can give sensitive personal information, if there is a protocol for protection, or are you examining are you considering so that the pending arrest warrant is not against this request to give information by witnesses? Mr. Ebner.
Thank you for the question. Let's say it's not the case that normally witnesses can give direct information to Europol. We always receive information from the member states themselves, who are in lead of an investigation, and of course they interview then, for example, witnesses or suspects, and this information is then shared with Europol. So there is, under very normal conditions, absolutely no contact, let's say, with a citizen on the street in Europol. This always goes via a member state competent authority.
Mr. Viverovsky, would you like to make a comment to this question?
I don't think so. That Mr. Ebner explained it.
All right. Thank you.
Last question on what I have here, based on what I have here in front of me. Someone else wants to ask a question, please do so now. From Ms. Cinici, from Italy, the European Parliament. Cinici, Ms. Cinici.
No, grazie Presidente. Io in realtà pensavo di intervenire nel dibattito successivo, per la verità, non in questo.
Ωραία. Thank you.
Grazie, grazie a lei.
I wanted to speak in the next session, not this one.
Is there anyone who wants to speak about something, a question or something that was not answered, a precision? Okay, then we will have a long coffee break. Unfortunately, we cannot start next session because the speaker has not landed yet. So the speaker has not landed yet. Therefore, we have nice snacks outside and coffee for you to enjoy. Enjoy.
Το νήμα της Κύπρου ξετυλίγεται μέσα στους αιώνες, υφαίνοντας την ιστορία, την παράδοση και την ταυτότητα του τόπου. Όπως η βελονιά, το νήμα της Κύπρου ξετυλίγεται μέσα στους αιώνες, υφαίνοντας την ιστορία, την παράδοση και την ταυτότητα του τόπου. Όπως η βελονιά σχηματίζει ένα κέντημα, ένα νήμα που ενώνει το παρελθόν με το παρόν και οδηγεί με αυτοπεποίθηση και περηφάνεια στο μέλλον, συνυφαίνοντας διαχρονικά την πορεία της Κύπρου με την Ευρώπη, με το κοινό ευρωπαϊκό αύριο. Είναι το ίδιο νήμα που ενώνει τα στοιχεία του νησιού μας, τη γη και τη θάλασσα, τον ήλιο, το φως, τον πολιτισμό, σε μια παράδοση μοναδική. Μια παράδοση με ευρωπαϊκές, βυζαντινές και μεσανατολικές αποχρώσεις που καθρεφτίζει την ψυχή ενός νησιού στο σταυροδρόμι 3 υπήρων. Ενός νησιού που ανήκει στην Ευρώπη, στο νοτιοανατολικότερο άκρο της και που εδώ και αιώνες υφαίνει γέφυρες ανάμεσα σε λαούς και πολιτισμούς. Στα λεύκαρα, στα γραφικά λουσμένα στο φως σοκάκια, γεννήθηκε μια τέχνη που ταξίδεψε την Κύπρο πέρα από τα σύνορά της. Το λευκαρίτικο κέντημα. Με τις ρίζες του στο 12ο αιώνα συνενώνει τις δυτικές επιρροές με την κυπριακή δημιουργικότητα και δεξιοτεχνία. Άειλη πολιτιστική κληρονομιά της UNESCO αποτελεί σύμβολο αριστοτεχνίας και σύνθεσης. Στο κέντρο του το νήμα, εύθραυστο μόνο του, αλλά ισχυρό και συνεκτικό όταν υφαίνεται μαζί με άλλα. Μια μεταφορά για τη συνένωση ανθρώπων, κρατών, ιδεών και πολιτισμών σε ένα ενιαίο, αρμονικό και ισχυρό σύνολο. Το κοινό ευρωπαϊκό οικοδόμημα. Βρισκόμενη στο πηδάλιο της Ένωσης για 6 μήνες, η Κύπρος, ως το τελευταίο διαιρεμένο υποκατοχή κράτος μέλος της που προσβλέπει στην ενοποιητική της ισχύ για επανένωση, παρουσιάζει το δικό της σύμβολο για το κοινό ευρωπαϊκό όραμα. Ένα λογότυπο εμπνευσμένο από το λευκαρίτικο κέντημα, σύμβολο της δύναμης που πηγάζει μέσα από την ενότητα. Το λογότυπο της Κυπριακής Προεδρίας του Συμβουλίου της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης αποτελείται από 27 ψηφίδες. Κάθε μία αντιπροσωπεύει ένα κράτος μέλος. Μαζί σχηματίζουν ένα αρμονικό και ενιαίο σύνολο. Την ένωση των κρατών μελών που συμπορεύονται πιο ισχυρά και πιο ενωμένα με κοινό σκοπό. Μαζί αποτυπώνουν τον κυπριακό ήλιο που εκπέμπει φως, ενέργεια, ανανέωση και ελπίδα, δείχνοντας το δρόμο προς ένα κοινό, βιώσιμο και φωτεινότερο ευρωπαϊκό μέλλον. Για μια Ευρώπη ισχυρότερη, πιο αυτόνομη, πιο ανθεκτική, πιο αλληλέγγυα και πιο κοντά στους πολίτες της. Για μια Ευρώπη που ανταποκρίνεται πραγματικά στις προκλήσεις της εποχής. Ασφάλεια, άμυνα, ανταγωνιστικότητα, ενέργεια, πράσινη και ψηφιακή μετάβαση, περιφερειακή συνεργασία, κοινωνική συνοχή και αλληλεγγύη. Μαζί ισχυρότεροι.
Contributions of minors under 15 years old.
However, the agency Europol supports a number of
the legislation in order to capture convertible alarm and signal weapons, and we've just heard from the minister how
Parliamentary Scrutiny Group on
members of national parliaments of the European
Text in which Europol developed this. If we are talking about potential use of AI by Europol also.
And at the beginning of the war,
Also mentioned in Parliament.
to Mrs. Raquel García Mira van der Valle.
Thank you.
Attack the key players.
It's given more space and has expanded, has adapted.
Tackling this phenomenon.
I'm delighted to meet you here in Stockholm.
Parliament. I'm especially happy to be able to welcome you all here in person. It is our second in-person meeting since the pandemic, and the meeting is web streamed and interpretation is available in English.
55 investigations related to environmental crimes, and this is an increase of 25%.
among law enforcement agencies has never been greater. And at the forefront of this effort stands Europol.
Remarkable step forward.
Root causes that we see organized crime on rise in some member states.
The member states in our large and complex cases.
Next, the floor is yours for up to 10 minutes as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
One of the member states that are most under attack by organized crime.
Madame de Boll.
I'm delighted to meet you here on the revision of the Europol strategy 2020+.
Which are the characteristics of illicit gun markets today? The approach to tackle firearms trafficking.
Of my activities as a fundamental rights officer, you receive no verdict.
Lost and stolen weapons.
In international outreach.
To
Το νήμα της Κύπρου ξετυλίγεται μέσα στους αιώνες, υφαίνοντας την ιστορία, την παράδοση και την ταυτότητα του τόπου. Όπως η βελονιά σχηματίζει ένα κέντημα, ένα νήμα που ενώνει το παρελθόν με το παρόν και οδηγεί με αυτοπεποίθηση και περηφάνεια στο μέλλον, συνυφαίνοντας διαχρονικά την πορεία της Κύπρου με την Ευρώπη, με το κοινό ευρωπαϊκό αύριο. Είναι το ίδιο νήμα που ενώνει τα στοιχεία του νησιού μας, τη γη και τη θάλασσα, τον ήλιο, το φως, τον πολιτισμό, σε μια παράδοση μοναδική. Μια παράδοση με ευρωπαϊκές, βυζαντινές και μεσανατολικές αποχρώσεις που καθρεφτίζει την ψυχή ενός νησιού στο σταυροδρόμι 3 υπήρων. Ενός νησιού που ανήκει στην Ευρώπη, στο νοτιοανατολικότερο άκρο της και που εδώ και αιώνες υφαίνει γέφυρες ανάμεσα σε λαούς και πολιτισμούς. Στα λεύκαρα, στα γραφικά λουσμένα στο φως σοκάκια, γεννήθηκε μια τέχνη που ταξίδεψε την Κύπρο πέρα από τα σύνορά της. Το λευκαρίτικο κέντημα. Με τις ρίζες του στο 12ο αιώνα συνενώνει τις δυτικές επιρροές με την κυπριακή δημιουργικότητα και δεξιοτεχνία. Άειλη πολιτιστική κληρονομιά της UNESCO αποτελεί σύμβολο αριστοτεχνίας και σύνθεσης. Στο κέντρο του το νήμα, εύθραυστο μόνο του, αλλά ισχυρό και συνεκτικό όταν υφαίνεται μαζί με άλλα. Μια μεταφορά για τη συνένωση ανθρώπων, κρατών, ιδεών και πολιτισμών σε ένα ενιαίο, αρμονικό και ισχυρό σύνολο. Το κοινό ευρωπαϊκό οικοδόμημα. Βρισκόμενη στο πηδάλιο της Ένωσης για 6 μήνες, η Κύπρος, ως το τελευταίο διαιρεμένο υποκατοχή κράτος μέλος της, που προσβλέπει στην ενοποιητική της ισχύ για επανένωση, παρουσιάζει το δικό της σύμβολο για το κοινό ευρωπαϊκό όραμα. Ένα λογότυπο εμπνευσμένο από το λευκαρίτικο κέντημα, σύμβολο της δύναμης που πηγάζει μέσα από την ενότητα. Το λογότυπο της Κυπριακής Προεδρίας του Συμβουλίου της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης αποτελείται από 27 ψηφίδες. Κάθε μία αντιπροσωπεύει ένα κράτος μέλος. Μαζί σχηματίζουν ένα αρμονικό και ενιαίο σύνολο. Την ένωση των κρατών μελών που συμπορεύονται πιο ισχυρά και πιο ενωμένα με κοινό σκοπό. Μαζί αποτυπώνουν τον κυπριακό ήλιο που εκπέμπει φως, ενέργεια, ανανέωση και ελπίδα, δείχνοντας το δρόμο προς ένα κοινό, βιώσιμο και φωτεινότερο ευρωπαϊκό μέλλον. Για μια Ευρώπη ισχυρότερη, πιο αυτόνομη, πιο ανθεκτική, πιο αλληλέγγυα και πιο κοντά στους πολίτες της. Για μια Ευρώπη που ανταποκρίνεται πραγματικά στις προκλήσεις της εποχής. Ασφάλεια, άμυνα, ανταγωνιστικότητα, ενέργεια, πράσινη και ψηφιακή μετάβαση, περιφερειακή συνεργασία, κοινωνική συνοχή και αλληλεγγύη. Μαζί ισχυρότεροι.
Contributions of minors under 15 years old.
However, the agency Europol supports a number of
the legislation in order to capture convertible alarm and signal weapons, and we've just heard from the Minister how
Parliamentary Scrutiny Group on
members of national parliaments of the European
Context in which Europol developed this. If we are talking about potential use of AI by Europol also.
And at the beginning of the war, also mentioned in Parliament to Mrs. Raquel García van der Valle.
Thank you.
Attack the key players.
It's given more space and has expanded, has adapted.
Tackling this phenomenon.
I'm delighted to meet you here in Stockholm.
Parliament. I'm especially happy to be able to welcome you all here in person. It is our second in-person meeting since the pandemic, and the meeting is web streamed and interpretation is available in English.
55 investigations related to environmental crimes, and this is an increase of 25%.
Among law enforcement agencies has never been greater. And at the forefront of this effort stands Europol.
Remarkable step forward.
Root causes that we see organized crime on rise in some member states.
The member states in our large and complex cases.
Next, the floor is yours for up to 10 minutes as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
It's one of the member states that are most under attack by organized crime.
Madame de Vol.
I'm delighted to meet you here on the revision of the Europol strategy 2020+.
Which are the characteristics of illicit gun markets today? The approach to tackle firearms trafficking.
Of my activities as a fundamental rights officer, you receive no verdict.
Lost and stolen weapons.
In international outreach.
To
νήμα της Κύπρου ξετυλίγεται μέσα στους αιώνες, υφαίνοντας την ιστορία, την παράδοση και την ταυτότητα του τόπου. Όπως η βελονιά σχηματίζει ένα κέντημα, ένα νήμα που ενώνει το παρελθόν με το παρόν και οδηγεί με αυτοπεποίθηση και περηφάνεια στο μέλλον, συνυφαίνοντας διαχρονικά την πορεία της Κύπρου με την Ευρώπη, με το κοινό ευρωπαϊκό αύριο. Είναι το ίδιο νήμα που ενώνει τα στοιχεία του νησιού μας, τη γη και τη θάλασσα, τον ήλιο, το φως, τον πολιτισμό, σε μια παράδοση μοναδική. Μια παράδοση με ευρωπαϊκές, βυζαντινές και μεσανατολικές αποχρώσεις που καθρεφτίζει την ψυχή ενός νησιού στο σταυροδρόμι 3 υπήρων. Ενός νησιού που ανήκει στην Ευρώπη, στο νοτιοανατολικότερο άκρο της και που εδώ και αιώνες υφαίνει γέφυρες ανάμεσα σε λαούς και πολιτισμούς. Στα λεύκαρα, στα γραφικά λουσμένα στο φως σοκάκια, γεννήθηκε μια τέχνη που ταξίδεψε την Κύπρο πέρα από τα σύνορά της. Το λευκαρίτικο κέντημα. Με τις ρίζες του στο 12ο αιώνα συνενώνει τις δυτικές επιρροές με την κυπριακή δημιουργικότητα και δεξιοτεχνία. Άειλη πολιτιστική κληρονομιά της UNESCO, αποτελεί σύμβολο αριστοτεχνίας και σύνθεσης. Στο κέντρο του το νήμα, εύθραυστο μόνο του, αλλά ισχυρό και συνεκτικό όταν υφαίνεται μαζί με άλλα. Μια μεταφορά για τη συνένωση ανθρώπων, κρατών, ιδεών και πολιτισμών σε ένα ενιαίο, αρμονικό και ισχυρό σύνολο. Το κοινό ευρωπαϊκό οικοδόμημα. Βρισκόμενη στο πηδάλιο της Ένωσης για 6 μήνες, η Κύπρος, ως το τελευταίο διαιρεμένο υποκατοχή κράτος μέλος της που προσβλέπει στην ενοποιητική της ισχύ για επανένωση, παρουσιάζει το δικό της σύμβολο για το κοινό ευρωπαϊκό όραμα. Ένα λογότυπο εμπνευσμένο από το λευκαρίτικο κέντημα, σύμβολο της δύναμης που πηγάζει μέσα από την ενότητα. Το λογότυπο της Κυπριακής Προεδρίας του Συμβουλίου της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης αποτελείται από 27 ψηφίδες. Κάθε μία αντιπροσωπεύει ένα κράτος μέλος. Μαζί σχηματίζουν ένα αρμονικό και ενιαίο σύνολο. Την ένωση των κρατών μελών που συμπορεύονται πιο ισχυρά και πιο ενωμένα με κοινό σκοπό. Μαζί αποτυπώνουν τον κυπριακό ήλιο που εκπέμπει φως, ενέργεια, ανανέωση και ελπίδα, δείχνοντας το δρόμο προς ένα κοινό, βιώσιμο και φωτεινότερο ευρωπαϊκό μέλλον. Για μια Ευρώπη ισχυρότερη, πιο αυτόνομη, πιο ανθεκτική, πιο αλληλέγγυα και πιο κοντά στους πολίτες της. Για μια Ευρώπη που ανταποκρίνεται πραγματικά στις προκλήσεις της εποχής. Ασφάλεια, άμυνα, ανταγωνιστικότητα, ενέργεια, πράσινη και ψηφιακή μετάβαση, περιφερειακή συνεργασία, κοινωνική συνοχή και αλληλεγγύη. Μαζί ισχυρότεροι.
Contributions of minors under 15 years old.
However, the agency Europol supports a number of
the legislation in order to capture convertible alarm and signal weapons, and we've just heard from the Minister how
Parliamentary Scrutiny Group on
members of national parliaments of the European
Context in which Europol developed this. If we are talking about potential use of AI by Europol also.
And at the beginning of the war, also mentioned in Parliament to Mrs. Raquel García Mira van der Velde.
Thank you.
Attack the key players.
It's given more space and has expanded, has adapted.
Tackling this phenomenon.
I'm delighted to meet you here in Stockholm.
Parliament. I'm especially happy to be able to welcome you all here in person. It is our second in-person meeting since the pandemic, and the meeting is web streamed and interpretation is available in English.
55 investigations related to environmental crimes, and this is an increase of 25%.
Among law enforcement agencies has never been greater. And at the forefront of this effort stands Europol.
Remarkable step forward.
Root causes that we see organized crime on rise in some member states.
The member states in our large and complex cases.
Next, the floor is yours for up to 10 minutes as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
It's one of the member states that are most under attack by organized crime.
Madame de Vol.
I'm delighted to meet you here on the revision of the Europol strategy 2020+.
Which are the characteristics of illicit gun markets today? The approach to tackle firearms trafficking.
Of my activities as a fundamental rights officer, you receive no verdict.
Lost and stolen weapons.
In international outreach.
To
Το νήμα της Κύπρου ξετυλίγεται μέσα στους αιώνες, υφαίνοντας την ιστορία, την παράδοση και την ταυτότητα του τόπου. Όπως η βελονιά σχηματίζει ένα κέντημα, ένα νήμα που ενώνει το παρελθόν με το παρόν και οδηγεί με αυτοπεποίθηση και περηφάνεια στο μέλλον, συνυφαίνοντας διαχρονικά την πορεία της Κύπρου με την Ευρώπη, με το κοινό ευρωπαϊκό αύριο. Είναι το ίδιο νήμα που ενώνει τα στοιχεία του νησιού μας, τη γη και τη θάλασσα, τον ήλιο, το φως, τον πολιτισμό, σε μια παράδοση μοναδική. Μια παράδοση.
Bon, on va mettre les écouteurs comme ça.
Alors là, je fais face à toi.
Well, dear colleagues, we are about to start the second session as soon as we all are in place. Please take your seats. Well, dear colleagues, please take your so we can start this second session. On the strengthening of Europol's capabilities and oversight in the context of the new Europol regulation. We have been told that Mr. Onidi has landed safely. He's well on his way, and he is expected to arrive to the center in 5 minutes. Let's see if that is the case. But in the meantime, I am really pleased to welcome again Mr. Jürgen Ebner, Deputy Executive Director of Europol. And as soon as Mr. Onidi comes, we will also welcome him. Mr. Ebner will be the first speaker in this point of our agenda. And as you know, that the security threats in Europe evolve from organized crime and terrorism to cyber and hybrid challenges. Europol's role has never been more vital. Our discussion today is an opportunity to continue reflecting on how this agency can adapt to the realities of modern law enforcement. In the political guidelines for the Commission's current mandate, President Ursula von der Leyen proposed, and I quote, to make Europol a genuine operational police agency and more than double its staff over time, end of the quote. So a legislative proposal to strengthen Europol's mandate is included in the Commission work programme for 2026 and is scheduled to be ready in June next year. Of course, this is going to be one of the most important pieces of legislation that the Parliament will discuss in the course of the upcoming months. Strengthening Europe also must go hand in hand with safeguarding fundamental rights, transparency, domestic oversight. And as discussed in the Commission's internal security strategy, the future of Europol should be one of both greater capacity and greater accountability. So, with no further ado, I give the floor to Mr. Jürgen Ebner again to address this joint scrutiny group for up to 10 minutes. Mr. Ebner, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon again to all members of the National and European Parliament. Of course, the two co-chairs, Mr. Dimitriou and Mr. Zazalejos. I can speak as long as you want until Olivier Onidi arrives about the future of Europol, but if he will be there in 5 minutes, then it would be definitely good.
Thank you, Mr. Ebner. I'll let you know.
Okay. So last time when we presented in the JPSG meeting, we spoke about the DNA of crime. The executive director mentioned this morning, how the criminal landscape is, of course, evolving, and that, for example, the digitalization plays a role, that this use of AI is simply accelerating the serious and organized crime activities. So out of this is, of course, the question now what to do. And when it comes to Europol, how, let's say, the future of Europol should look like in the sense of how can we best support the law enforcement agencies of the member states. It comes, I think, at a very good moment that out of this serious and organized crime threat assessment that was launched last year by Europol, there's also a clear connection to the Protect the EU, the internal security strategy of the EU, which for sure Olivier Onidi will mention later on, so I will skip this part. But of course, also in there is already quite an outline on what might be top priorities to be addressed in the future. Now, when it comes to strengthening the capabilities of Europol, and of course the Commission's president had announced that she would like to see this organization develop into a truly operational organization, there we have to be clear maybe first what it will most likely not be. And from our understanding, this is related to the Article 88 of the Lisbon Treaty, which clearly says that Europol is there to support the member states in, let's say, their investigations, not to take over investigations, and for sure will not talk about coercive powers for Europol. So that is maybe already setting, let's say, the limits, or let's say the strategic guidelines. However, if you look at the element of how Europol supports the EU member states, I think it's remarkable that last year Europol supported more than 4,100 investigations of the member states. So we're talking about really operational support from an analytical perspective. So now looking into, let's say, what is, let's say, potentially areas to be developed, still, of course, to be discussed. That is, we clustered around 6 themes. The first thing is about that most likely there's a need to strengthen Europol's central expertise capacity. So to develop Europol more into an EU hub of expertise, for example, in the field of anti-scam and child sexual exploitation online, on the firearms and explosives, on EU counter-terrorist financing, including as well as asset recovery, and maybe also to think about Europol to request freezing orders to improve, let's say, financial investigations. So this is point number 1. Point number 2 is related to also boost the analysis capacities of Europol. I spoke about the 4,100 investigations we supported, but also to see if and how we can use analysis capacities of Europol including innovation capabilities, also to support not only member states on the spot if required, we just discussed it before, but also to see if we can support key third countries outside of the EU to tackle crime even before it arrives at the EU. So that is at least one field to be explored. And this is maybe also further to be discussed. Third element is to expand cooperation with partners. It is needless to say that not only, let's say, with the current capacity of Europol, but even with the envisaged future capacity of Europol, which might lead to a significant increase in budget, but also staff-related terms. But still then Europol would be still smaller than, let's say, like the police presidium of Stuttgart, and to give it, let's say, even in human resource terms. So that means that we have to rely on partnerships, which is to be seen geographically. So I think we should also discuss the possibilities to work closer with, for example, the Schengen-associated countries, as this seems to be a natural partner for us, but also to explore possibilities in South America, Latin America, which is done by the Commission, for example, even in Eastern Europe, where we find reliable partners to cooperate with. When it comes to organizations, it's also, I think, self-explanatory that we believe that we have to even further expand the cooperation with relevant agencies and bodies such as Frontex, Eurojust, the AMLA, Olaf. And to be honest, one of the most to be explored cooperations from our sense seems to be the cooperation with the EPO, the Public Prosecutor's Office. We already know, let's say, the police force that supports the most with analytical cases. So it seems to be also a given fact that we should support them even stronger. Last element in the partnership is also very clear. It's about to explore possibilities with private parties. If you're an investigator, you know that there is no investigation without financial institutions, without banks, without travel agencies, without online service providers. It all depends also, of course, on their input, and there we have to explore ways on how to cooperate even closer. And this is already the case if you look, for example, in the Digital Service Act, where online service providers would have to, let's say, announce at least crime that is related to the online dimension. This shows already, let's say, at least in which way it could go. Fourth element is about information and data management. The risk that nowadays police possesses already information, but is not able to explore the information quickly enough to prevent, for example, crime happening, is higher than it was ever before, because we talk about simply massive amount of data to be processed. So again, this relates to our analytical capacities, but this will also rely, let's say, on major already existing information systems. And here, the interoperability systems landscape play a decisive role. It's about the Schengen information system, the visa information system, the Eurodac, ECRIS, TCN, the entry-exit system, the ETIAS we mentioned. So all systems which we have to bring into its full capacity to explore further. Fifth element would be to provide really ICT and technical support to EU member states law enforcement agencies. We talk about here that also Europol is more and more in the focus of cyber attacks against the organization, so we have to improve the cyber resilience of the organization. And by this, and this is an interesting discussion we have with the member states, maybe to develop also with other EU agencies, but also with member states law enforcement agencies, a common understanding on how we can increase the cyber resilience of EU institutions, but also member states law enforcement agencies. Last but not least, this was also mentioned in the previous session, the cloud and the quantum play a certain role there. We have to see what, for example, can be developed by EULISA, where we need more, let's say, the capacity of Europol. All of this will require massive investments in financial terms, and this is maybe to be covered via the multi-financial framework for 2028 to 2034. Last element, I would call it a bit similar to what I used before, that we have to work on the smart governance of Europol, and here comes the role also of the JPSG into play. To give you a bit of an insight on how, let's say, Europol is governed, we spoke about the data protection dimension, but when it comes, for example, to the overall governance of Europol, you should know that we have elaborated that we invest round about 115 staff members to cater for all governance-related activities, be it, let's say, the parliamentarian oversight, the data protection oversight, the European Court of Auditors, all auditing capacities, but of course also all the management board related functions. We have 24 major meetings a year, which means that every second week we have a major governance meeting, which has to be prepared by documents and of course a follow-up to be done. I always use the term after the match is before the match in football terms, that you have an ongoing cycle of developing of documents, nothing against this government structure, but also there we have to see how we can further develop this. When it comes to now the strengthening of the oversight, what I already mentioned is there we have to see how we can make best use of these existing resources. Also there we believe that these 115 FTE we invest in governance oversight should be sufficient enough when it comes to the headcount. But also there we have to simply see how we can use, let's say, all possibilities of digitalization also to enable, for example, the JPSG to receive information more quicker, more smartly, more tailor-made, as it is the case maybe nowadays. Just to give you there some ideas to how this can be further developed. So in a nutshell, oversight should be moving forward. It has to be smart, more efficient, less complex layered, thus less resource intensive, but also faster with dedicated updates on what we do. So that is also on our side to be developed. To close my intervention, the changes to Europol's legal mandate, including for setting out the right supervision in the future, will also require trust. We mentioned this already several times today, including from the parliamentary level in the European Parliament, but also national parliaments in the format of JPSG. Trust is not only, let's say, in the cooperation with the police forces in Europe, but also with you as the members of the Parliament, maybe one of the founding principles, that you can trust that we provide you with all information you require, that you can trust us, that we give you complete and up-to-date information. And in this, we believe that we can develop this organization very well. And the next important step is also, needless to say, it's the recast of the Europol regulation, which will outline, let's say, the future for this organization for the years to come, where the Parliament plays a decisive role. It's about the multi-financial framework to be also further discussed and developed, which is then giving the necessary resources. And in this sense, I simply ask you, and I would be looking forward to have a very trustful and close collaboration also here with the representatives of the Parliament in order to shape together the future of Europol. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hübner. And now a warm welcome to Mr. Onidi. According to the schedule, you're right on time, so we don't expect an apology from you. That's it. And I have to say that Mr. Hübner was ready to keep on speaking, just to allow time for you to arrive. Well, Mr. Onidi, now it's you who has the floor for up to 10 minutes, and then we will go and move on to the Q&A session.
Thank you, Chair. And indeed, putting Jürgen Ebner before you is always a safe option. You know that you have a lot of flexibility to actually arrive a bit later. No, thank you again. I think we had a very, very interesting debate back in November in the same framework, and since then the preparatory work for the reinforced Europol has actually moved forward quite nicely, and I thought I would give you a few indications in order to provoke further debate. First and foremost, I think the discussion back in November pointed and helped us to identify the three main aspects we need to tackle in this reinforced Europol. First and foremost, the fact that national authorities and Europol face persistent information gaps in the context of cross-border investigations, and the identification of security threats involving notably third country nationals. It's about making sure that we lift the remaining barriers to the flow of information, but also the capacity and the scope for the agency to do proper information analysis and the relevant aspects. Second, the fact that law enforcement investigations and operational activities remain fragmented and inconsistent across member states. And here I think the trick we try to operate with the new regulation will be to position Europol as an actor at the center of those investigations that entail cross-border activities, and not an agency that has to wait for national investigators to knock on its door in The Hague. It entails quite a number of subtle aspects that needs to be lifted. So really to put Europol at the center. Third, it is the aspect many of you have raised, which is linked with further mutualizing the capacity to conduct investigation in our current environment, which is very much linked with the capacity to have the proper expertise, and notably in technology terms, and put this technology, put this expertise, put this knowledge at the benefit of the broader Europol community, all member states. These problems reduce the effectiveness of cross-border cooperation and limit the EU's capacity to respond cohesively to serious and organized crime. They touch upon several issues you also mentioned back in November during the discussion, like the importance of technological innovation, ensuring seamless data sharing, tackling crimes in the digital sphere, and analyzing large data sets. At the same time, and as the political guidelines also are very clear about, a reinforced Europol, a more operational Europol, means also to strengthen the overall governance around it. And I think that is another important aspect where we need to hear your comments and voices. We have a shared objective, I believe, of ensuring Europol's security in a lawful and proportionate way, in full respect of fundamental rights and democratic accountability. That will continue to govern us. First, let me recall that the reinforced Europol mandate that entered into force in June 22 already further strengthens Europol data protection framework, and notably the oversight of my neighbor here, the European Data Protection Supervisor. The report we just have submitted in accordance to Article 68, which is like a first evaluation of the operational impact of the reinforced mandate, confirms Europol's robust data protection framework. However, it also demonstrated that despite the improved legal certainty, the administrative burden remained substantial for both Europol but also the national authorities. As an example, while the co-legislators granted flexibility as regards the data subject categorization, the administrative burden remained significant for both Europol but also national authorities, competent authorities, due to the effort required to comply with the categorization of personal data by establishing each time a link between the individual and a criminal offense. Other preliminary findings of the study show challenges with regard to the extensive ex-ante procedure. It's very cumbersome, it's very time-consuming. So here the reflection is to see to what extent we could move towards ex-post analysis in order to base, notably the data protection evaluation, on real operational activities and not on theoretical prior conceptual aspects. National law enforcement agencies are hence, therefore, calling for a substantial overhaul. Yet Europol is currently not in a position to fully meet the rising demands because of some of these cumbersome aspects. This doesn't mean we question the oversight. On the contrary, I think it is well structured, but we need to question how we can make it more efficient, effective and supportive. How do we accompany a growing activity at Europol and a growingly complex activity using notably modern technology like artificial intelligence, etc. Second aspect of governance, where we will need your guidance, is on the fact that Europol will massively increase in terms of resource allocation. The almost threefold increase in Europol's expenditure between 2015 and 27 surely has not come unnoticed to you. And in the next financial cycle, we're talking about doubling the budget, at least it is our proposal in the multi-annual financial framework. We would actually achieve a budget over that period of 3 billion euros. This naturally raises considerations on aligning governance with Europol's growing financial resources. The key, we believe, is to enhance some of the grounding principles which should look at maximizing the effectiveness of the use of the resources and find new ways for the agency, for Europol, to enhance the accountability in demonstrating proper resource allocation and also look at the direct effect in terms of impact on the various operational activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monsieur Onidi, Mr. Hubner, for your respective presentations. So now we open the floor for members of national parliaments and members of the European Parliament. The same rules apply. There will be 2-minute questions followed by 2-minute answers. State who you are addressing your questions, please, and then if time allows and there is, let's say, appetite for further clarification or answers, we could have another round of intervention. Now the Secretariat is drawing up the speakers list, and in this case the speakers list will start with Mrs. Caterina Chinichi from the European Parliament. The floor is yours, Mrs. Chinichi.
Grazie. Grazie.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank Mr. Ebner and Mr. Onidi for their presentations. I think that, once again, one thing has been clear. Europol's role is to contribute increasingly to the fight against organized crime at EU level. This type of crime is getting more and more complex and widespread. That's why we need to strengthen Europol's mandate, and we need to strengthen its operational core. So when it comes to strengthening Europol's scrutiny, I think one of the key issues here is having legal access to data. Most of criminal investigations today is based, in fact, on digital data. So here's my question to both speakers. How do you think the agency's regulation should be strengthened from this point of view? Especially the Europol's cybercrime should become an excellence center for forensic skills at EU level, as is set out in the Commission's roadmap, in order for law enforcement authorities to have a legitimate way of using data. Thank you, Ms.
Specific our speakers or both of them? Then, Mr.
In realtà per tutti e due.
Both of them.
Mr. Hubner, Monsieur Onidi.
no, I think that there are two aspects in this question. In terms of like empowering the agency to get better legal access to data, there is a technology aspect, technical aspect, and that is the stream of work that should embed with Europol enhance capabilities to develop the tools in order to develop digital forensics and also access lawfully data. Some of the technologies like artificial intelligence, but also decryption assets. We don't start from nothing, but we need to step up the deployment of those tools and the legal dimension as well, where we need still to revise some of the remaining obstacles for the agency to get the capacity to have access to all pertinent information linked with its investigations.
Thank you. Mr. Uno.
Yeah, thank you for this important question. Well, it goes without saying that, of course, without having the right access to, legal access to data, of course, police runs the risk getting blind in the field, mainly also in the field of, let's say, digital available data. For that reason, we very much welcome the work of the high-level expert group that is exploring, and this started already under the Swedish presidency, to have also identified the right to access data as such. From our perspective, at least this is the Europol's perspective, there needs to be legal obligations or at the very least clear legal possibilities for companies to cooperate with law enforcement. That all will depend also on the cooperation with private party, and for that reason we welcome the Commission's roadmap adopted in June 2025 to implement in the outcome of this high-level expert group process. As per COSI decision, Europol will continue to collect case examples, also with the help of the member states' law enforcement agencies, to showcase also in which cases the access of data was problematic, and as a consequence of this, for example, criminal investigations could either not be carried out, or, which is also here and there the case, that at least in investigations that were brought in front of court could not, let's say, create the necessary chain of evidence. So this is underway. Once again, this is an issue which can most likely only be solved with the private parties together, and it's of course up to the legislator to decide what is the right measures to be taken.
Thank you, Mr. Rubiner. Now it's Mrs. Stefania Pucciarelli from the Italian Parliament who has the floor.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, Chair. Italy welcomes the strengthening of Europol's operational role as defined in the new regulation. We appreciate the establishment of the European Centre Against Migrant Smuggling, as well as the enhancement of cooperation and coordination between Europol, member states, and other EU nations. But this is not enough. We need to step up prevention measures along the borders to prevent the illegal entry of migrants through organized crime networks, and greater attention must be paid to secondary movements within the EU, which are, by the way, also often interconnected with criminal activities which spread throughout our continent and which have no respect for human life. The increasing flow of unaccompanied foreign minors is also falling prey to organized crime. And amongst these, fake minors who claim false family reunification and who slip through the net of identification and reception procedures and who end up being recruited by criminal networks. We cannot allow smugglers to move freely from one member state to another, nor can we set up extremely costly integration and reception facilities from which people often escape to commit crimes. On this issue, the Italian government is steadfast in taking up concrete and bold measures to adamantly combat migrant smugglers and bring migration flows back within a legal framework. However, greater cooperation is also needed to take down the network of smugglers already existing within our EU borders. I would like, therefore, to ask which concrete initiatives Europol is planning to take in 2026 to strengthen its operational role in countering migrant smuggling networks which operate within the EU, and how it intends to further improve the sharing of qualified information and the coordination between member states to prevent such criminal organizations from exploiting freedom of movement within the EU area.
Mr. Hübner.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Puccarelli, for this important question. I think most relevant elements are already underway, and I think the Executive Director mentioned this morning. We are extremely thankful that the legislator decided on the so-called anti-migrant smuggling package for Europol, which simply boosted the resources which are foreseen for Europol in the sense of that there will be 50 million more allocated to Europol plus than 50 posts to be used. By this, we have created out of, let's say, a group, the so-called ECAMS, which is the new Europol Migrant Smuggling Center. And in this, let's say, one of the core activities will be, of course, to support more investigations against the networks that facilitate the migrant smuggling. Which is in the core, let's say, one of the main activities. Furthermore, this includes, and this is also very important to know, to focus more on the digital component, which is also relevant in the anti-migrant smuggling fight, which is the DigiNext network, where we see what we can do against the online dimension of migrant smuggling. So that is also a clear element that will be further developed. And in this, we have, at least when it comes to the migrant smuggling part, a good and robust legislative network, which was decided by the legislator last year, and which is also to be taken into account in the migrant smuggling, that also the screening regulation, which is about to come, will also have a clear link into the Europol information system, which will also further enhance the information exchange and also analysis in the area of anti-migrant smuggling.
Thank you, Mr. Hübner. Now I give the floor to Mr. Wolfgang Gerstl from the National Council of Austria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you also to Mr. Ebner and Mr. Onidi. I have three questions. The first one is going to the Europol regulation. As far as I've read, there's a proposal for revising this Europol regulation within the next month. Can you tell us in what direction this revision will take concretely? The second question will go to the coordination between Europol and the EU agencies. In that case, you want a better complementarity, and it should be achieved. Can you tell us how far the developments are in that case? And you said, Mr. Onidi said that the budget for Europol is increasing. Yes, you have made this decision, but this can happen only with guaranteed funding. And so how far along are Europol's negotiations with the Commission regarding an increase in funding, subject to the condition that the political agreement among the member states still needs to be reached for the upcoming EU budget. So you have bringing together the political decision for the whole EU budget and the budget for Europol. I would like that you could answer this question, how your steps are going on in this, and to see how the situation is within the EU member states. So our goal is a strong modern Europol that effectively supports the member states, efficiently, technologically advanced, and with a clear mandate. So I thank you if you could answer these questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Onidi.
Yes, thank you. Indeed, I think it's important to pause and say that the considerable reinforcement of the budget foreseen for Europol is at this stage a proposal. It is linked, of course, to a formal political agreement of the budgetary branch and the European Parliament and Council on the overall framework for the next budget. And it is also linked to the formal approval, probably in a year and a half time, not before, of the new Europol regulation, since this regulation will, of course, have a consequence in terms of budget. And it is through the choices you will make in the context of this new regulation that you will dictate also the size and the nature of Europol's next budget. On the main stream, again, along which we work, and those, I think, have been very much reflected in the discussion we had with you in November. It is very much to, again, cross all the remaining gaps in terms of access to information, putting the agency in a capacity to share information. There's still a number of constraints with a number of actors. Jürgen just mentioned private actors, there are other actors, other agencies, etc. But it is also to put Europol in also a position to get the information it needs in order to support investigations. Member states are extremely hungry for Europol to be active in many investigations, but the information doesn't flow. So we need to find a solution to this. Second, it is to put Europol in a position to have the broadest possible understanding of the type of investigations, cross-border investigations that are ongoing at the European scale. Again, not be only an actor which is called in support on an ad hoc basis, but an agency that could somewhat also help facilitate investigation, coordinate investigations at European level. And third, it is about getting through Europol the support to all member states in terms of having the modern techniques in terms of forensics and other essential tools to support investigations.
Thank you, Mr. Onidi. Now, the floor goes to Mr. Laurent Vince from the European Parliament. Mr. Vince.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Onidi, regarding the public consultation on the Europol regulation that closed in January, on a political side in the European Parliament, our group, the EPP, we are clear that we do not want reform just for the reform's sake. We want a Europol that is agile, not bogged down in red tape. So my question is threefold. Does the consultation evidence support a shift towards more direct operational powers for Europol? Specifically, can you assure us that the Commission's upcoming proposal will focus on removing legal barriers to investigation rather than just adding new administrative layers that might slow down our officers, actually? The second, transnational crime was the biggest challenge for the European justice cooperation. Quickly, cyberspace and AI added a new layer of complexity to the already vast tasks. And Europol, I believe, rightly argues that EU's legal tools are lagging behind. How will the new regulation explicitly empower Europol to use AI for operational analysis and decryption, ensuring a level playing field with criminal networks? And the third part on oversight, on scrutiny. We believe that oversight must mean constructive scrutiny and not operational interference. If Article 51 is reopened, how does the Commission intend to structure it so that the JPSG, our group, receives higher quality strategic information without creating reporting fatigue that drains, after all, the Europol's resources? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vince. I think, Mr. Onidi, you should take these questions.
Thank you. Very pertinent three chapters. The first one, I think, what we are aiming for is to conclude a succession of little steps, moving the agency from a purely analytical agency looking at strategic analysis to an agency that focuses its essential activities on operational support to investigations in its many dimensions. That is really the aim, and I think in this sense, both the call we got from the European Parliament, national parliaments, but also in the context of the consultation, and first and foremost the chief of police themselves are very coherent. There is now a readiness and a sense of urgency. We need an agency at European level that is better equipped to support operational investigations. Second, we believe the reform is an opportunity indeed to empower Europol with the capacity to develop itself a number of key technological or forensics tools. So we will want to see that aspect of the agency to be strengthened, while at the same time to have Europol strengthening the advice it provides to policymakers in order to guide and maximize the opportunity to use new technologies, including sensitive technologies like artificial intelligence in the field of civil security. Third, I think there is an exercise of simplifications in terms of the layers of reporting, the layers of oversight, but also looking at the quality of what the reporting is actually meant to achieve. An agency that works more on operational aspects will also be able to come up with reporting that is more pertinent to public bodies in order to guide policy choices.
Thank you, Monsieur Onidi. Now I give the floor to Mr. Neoklis Kritikos from Greece.
Ευχαριστώ κύριε Πρόεδρε. Μιλώντας για τις προκλήσεις και δυνατότητες της Europol, στο πλαίσιο του νέου κανονισμού της, προβάλλει η ανάγκη για μια υπηρεσία πιο προσανατολισμένη στις επιχειρησιακές ανάγκες των κρατών μελών, ικανή να παρέχει έγκαιρη, στοχευμένη και ουσιαστική υποστήριξη σε σύνθετες διασυνοριακές υποθέσεις, όπως αυτές που αφορούν σε εγκληματικά δίκτυα με δραστηριότητα σε περισσότερα από 2 κράτη-μέλη. Η Ελλάδα εκτιμά πως
Κύριε Κριτικέ, συγγνώμη.
Sorry, can you excuse me, can you please repeat? Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes. Yes. Can you hear me? Okay. Yes, thank you. Yes. Sorry, yes. So thank you, Mr. Chair. So regarding the challenges and opportunities for Europol within the context of the new regulation, there is a need for a new agency that will be more directed at the needs of the member states, able to provide timely and targeted, meaningful support to cross-border complex operations relating to criminal networks with activity in more than 2 member states. Greece estimates that the operational role of Europol needs to be strengthened, and the agency itself needs to act as an operational catalyst, strengthening cooperation on a cross-border level. This strengthening should not be linked to autonomous competences, but to the technical provision of analytical and operational tools that will allow the member states to act more speedily and more efficiently. At the same time, we recognize that the technological enhancement of Europol and the effective analysis of data are critical in maintaining its operational relevance in the current security landscape. All of this should be done done in full compliance with the Union acquis on data protection and the guidelines of the European Supervisor for Data Protection, ensuring respect for fundamental rights, legal certainty, and the confidence, the trust of member states in the operation of Europol. In addition, we believe in the usefulness and a need for strengthening the human resources of Europol with a focus on a more flexible and more flexible model adapted to current needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kritikos. Mr. Umner will take your questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. In principle, can agree with all what you said, but I think we have already made in the last years a good development. I mentioned in my intervention already that we supported more than 4,100 operational investigations. Last year, we had more than 500 action days. Action days is when all member states or those member states concerned go into action against the criminal network, so more than 500. We have exchanged more than 20,000, 21,000 operational reports. So all of this is aiming to support investigations. But of course, you're right, more can be done. And this is, I think, the truth in every police force. It all depends on resources. If you have more resources, you can do more against organized crime. If it remains on a certain level, you will only tackle a certain amount of organized crime. And but again, all agreed what you said. Our aim would be also for the future of Europol to offer more of this operational support, to offer more technical tools which help member states to have more success in the operations, and also to make use of the most modern techniques, like, for example, artificial intelligence. So this is in fact what we and also the police chiefs expressed, what they would like to see even more support from Europol. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Umner. Now I give the floor to Mrs. Domenica Spinelli from Italy.
Thank you. Italy supports a stronger Europol's mandate as defined in the new regulation. And we are convinced that an expansion of operational functions requires more financial resources. However, a change of pace is needed, especially when it comes to drug trafficking. And I would like to thank Catherine de Boer for her exceptional work, but because she spoke of drugs this morning. And in particular, an increase in the production of synthetic drugs has been reported at EU level. On top of that, organized crime tends to recruit the very young. Italy has been one of the first countries to adopt a very articulated and structured plan against fentanyl use, and the EU Commission is trying to step up its efforts, and last December has presented a new drugs strategy. In light of all of this, I would like to ask Mr. Ebner what role Europol will play in the implementation of said strategy. And a second question for Mr. Onidi. I would like to ask whether Europol's stronger mandate includes more sophisticated way to detect and stop the production and trafficking of these new very dangerous synthetic substances. Thank you.
Mrs. Spinelli, Mr. Umner first, and then Mr. Onidi.
Thank you for the very relevant question. You mentioned the EU action plan against drugs trafficking. This was, in fact, the action plan was only released in December, so we're still in the very early phase. And the action plan covers the period 2026 to 2030. But however, what is already now visible for us, I would say Europol is listed in the action plans as one of the core actors, as we are foreseen for the implementation of 10 actions. There are a wide range of activities foreseen. Let's say the most important one is to expand the support to the member states against the online sale of drugs, which is one of the key components. We're enhancing cooperation with partners such as MAOC-N. You also heard maybe in the last days about the success, let's say, this organization had also when it comes to maritime drugs trafficking. And this is only to give you some ideas what is to be seen. One thing is to be very clear, with all doubt, that drugs trafficking remains the most relevant activity of organized crime. This is a top #1 activity area, and also when it comes to the criminal proceeds, most relevant area. So this is definitely something that, of course, is very good addressed in the EU action plan against drugs trafficking, but which is anyway one of the top priorities of Europol. And the example of the success when it comes to fighting synthetic drugs was already mentioned by Catherine de Bolle this morning.
Thank you. Monsieur Onidi.
I think the fight against drugs is another very good example of where the agency is increasing its activities and where also the expectation for the new agency, the more operational agency, is meant to increase its activities. In different ways. First, more means to support investigations, and we see everywhere in our member states a much stronger prominence of fighting drugs trafficking, and notably indeed synthetic drugs. Second, better capacity to link up with pertinent bodies, first and foremost the EU Drugs Agency, that has the capacity to reference, to detect early precursors, early chemicals that are being used to produce synthetic drugs, but also the Customs Agency, the new coming Customs Agency, which is primarily responsible in order to detect with the authorities responsible for customs, detect those substances arriving at our borders. And third, more capacity. We want to facilitate the possibilities for Europol to work with international partners, because the drugs trafficking is the typical example where you need an extensive and very, very broad range of cooperation avenue with a number of critical countries, those of production, those of transit, but also those that produce some of these key chemicals, such as China and India, for example.
Thank you, Mr. Onidi. Now it's Mr. Mikhail Pavrikevich who has the floor. He is not in the room. Then I give the floor to Mr. Julius Savatauskas from Lithuania.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, to ensure an effective EU response to evolving threats, it is essential to strengthen Europol's mandate and capacities. The situation at the US eastern borders is exceptional. For more than 4 years, we have been facing both the instrumentalization of migrants by hostile regimes and more recently ongoing hybrid attacks. Therefore, the agency needs broader powers and more modern tools. Europol must also become an analytical center capable in assessing new threats in timely manner and informing member states, including on crime, as a service models and tactics used by both state and non-state actors. At the same time, we must clearly underline that strengthening Europol means providing better support to the member states, not talking over their competencies. Any expansion of the mandate must be targeted only where there's in the most real risk to EU security. Finally, I am assure you that during Lithuania's presidency of the EU Council in 2027, the review of Europol mandate will be one of our priorities. We will work to ensure that the agency's development accurately reflects the needs of all member states. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Savatauskas. Where there is, as I see, no specific question, but if any of our speakers would like to react. Then I give now the floor to Mrs. Pila Keto-Huovinen from Finland.
Thank you, Chair. Strong cooperation between all actors in the criminal justice chain is the best way to promote accountability for crimes. Therefore, I would like to ask how the cooperation between Europol and, for example, Eurojust and EPPO can be strengthened and further developed in the future? And how do you assess the adequacy of resources of the other actors as Europol expands? And what are the biggest challenges Europol faces as it expands its role? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ubner.
Yeah, thank you for this very relevant question. Already in my intervention, I said to start with, EPPO would be definitely one of the partners where we would assume that also further development of the legal framework might be supportive to a closer collaboration. We have already nowadays with EPPO a very close collaboration. This is, of course, mainly also connected to our analytical support to EPPO when it comes to their investigations and then against the financial interests of the EU. So this is to be further explored when it comes to EPPO, but also when you look at all actors when it comes, for example, to the EU anti-fraud architecture, where several actors will play a role, including also Eurojust. We have to explore also their ways. When it comes to Eurojust as such, we will most likely also explore the possibilities to have, when it comes to joint investigation teams, also there are more possibilities to collaborate together. So these are all elements where we would definitely see that the development of operational capacities at the side of Europol, which is, of course, in that sense, a police force, will also, of course, depend very much what will happen on the side of the judicial development. And for that reason, that goes somehow hand in hand, that, let's say, the development of Europol and this operational capacity will also depend on the judicial side, and where in this, Eurojust and EPPO are natural partners.
Thank you, Mr. Ubna. Now I give the floor to Mrs. Ebenezer from the European Parliament. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question concerns the many current challenges that we have, not at least when it comes to the digital platforms and how they are being used, both to, as we have been addressing through previous panels, but also maybe a new angle to it, used in order to commit crimes, in order to sell drugs, in order to accelerate the current problems that we see in most of our societies. My question therefore concerns, do you have the right tools, both when it comes to knowledge-wise, so trainings, when it comes to also financial resources, or are there anything that is lacking that you would need more support for? I mean, with all these tools right now, especially with the digital platforms not taking their share of responsibility, I sometimes feel like we live in, the internet is wild and west without any rules. And we have some legislations, DSA, we have the AI Act, but the AI Act is going to be revised now. or do you see that, or do you feel that there are any concrete legislations that you would like to maybe share with us? It would be good for us as parliamentarians to bring along, not at least to the European Parliament. Thank you.
Who is taking this question? Mr. Obenek, yeah.
I will leave the legislative questions more to the Commission. When it comes to your question, Mrs. Incher, about the tools, one thing is very clear, and if we talk about the massive increase of the budget of Europol, which is at least, let's say, in the draft foreseen, which counts up to 3 billion, the question is very relevant: for what will it be? And the answer would be quite, let's say, quite easy, that it would be massive investment in technology, which includes not only to revamp the IT infrastructure of Europol, but also to develop then, based on this IT infrastructure, necessary technical tools, either in collaboration with member states or in collaboration even with private parties under a certain condition. And all of these kind of technical tools which are required to tackle the online dimension require simply financial resources. And that is the explanation why there might be the massive boost of Europol's budget necessary. When it comes to the knowledge as such, I would say, and don't get me wrong on this, it's definitely a privilege and a very positive element that we operate as a new agency, which I would say under really a very good salary scheme. So we can attract really very good experts in the cryptocurrency area and the cybercrime area, which under normal conditions police forces in Europe could not attract. So the salary scheme we have and we can offer enables even people working from the private industry to change to Europol, and even the younger generation, to be quite frank, they look for more and more meaningful jobs, and they see a meaningful job at Europol. So there I would say we are really good. And this is one of the elements where also the police chiefs even hope to see more support from Europol, be it on the operational side when it comes to the human resources, so expert that can be deployed, but also on the technical tools that might be helpful for the member states. For the legislative question, I think it's more for Olivier from the Commission maybe to answer this.
Thank you, Mr. Hübner. Mr. Lidi.
Thank you. I think that we have to be honest and say that currently we do not have all the right tools. We don't have the right tools in terms of like the technical tools, and hence this very strong request of all national authorities to embed through Europol a mutualized way of developing those precious technologies that are necessary in order to function in the new digital world. We also do not have all the legal means, and here I think it's first and foremost a question of proper implementation, enforcement. I think on the terrorism side, we are relatively good with the implementation of the terrorism content online framework, which has allowed us to have a very dynamic relationship with the different platforms in taking down terrorist material, and again, through the help of Europol, reference all that material so that it doesn't reappear in other platforms. On child sexual abuse, we have an imminent responsibility to actually close the remaining gap, and I think the discussions that have started at the end of last year in the context of the trilogue are very promising. So I really hope that on this as well we will have a very solid framework which will again support Europol and other actors in order to be more effective in fighting this horrendous crime. And on other related aspects, we have indeed the Digital Services Act, which, as you know, is a daily challenge in order to ensure the proper enforcement by all actors. And this is also an area where we want Europol to be more linked up with the different bodies that are responsible for the enforcement of this legal framework for Europol to contribute also in the investigations in order to demonstrate whether some of these online platforms are actually doing the required due diligence or not. Finally, I would say it's a question also of strategic autonomy. We talk a lot about our dependence these days on the military side, but also on the civil security side, we are heavily dependent on a number of very limited suppliers from very limited also countries, and it is another big challenge, I believe, where Europol can help us to reposition European actors in developing the proper tools for our security.
Thank you, Monsieur Onidi. And now, Mrs. Emira Nieminen from Finland, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think this question is to Mr. Ebner. I continue a little bit about what the before questions was. As Europol's mandate and operational responsibilities expand, the agency increasingly relies on experts required from national authorities, example in the areas of economic and financial crime, money laundering, and digital investigation techniques. At the same time, this explicit expertise is urgently needed at the national level as well. How do the EU and Europol ensure that the transfer of experts to the EU agency does not create a skill gap in the countries of origin, especially in smaller member states with limited resources? Are there concrete measures in place or under consideration, such as temporary assessments, skills circulation, or EU-level support to ensure that strengthening capacity and the EU level also reinforces national capabilities? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ogner.
Yeah, thank you for this very relevant question. This was in fact also raised in the police chiefs discussion, which is in a nutshell the fear about, let's say, if we double the resources of Europol, will this create a brain drain in the member states on very specialized capacities in the police? This is a risk. We should not neglect this, but we see also, let's say, some countermeasures. The first thing is no one stays forever at Europol, at least not in the area of operational support, so there will be a rotation principle. Those experts that will go to Europol will naturally go back normally to the national law enforcement agencies. A second element is sometimes we work even with shorter secondments, which we call seconded national experts that only stay for 3 or 4 years. It could then also support or even only supporting Europol for investigations, which could be then between 6 and 12 months. One element we should nevertheless explore, and there we see, of course, also the risk, is that we also should look in the area of operations to use more experts with a non-law enforcement background, because all those experts you mentioned in the area of cyber or in the area of economic crime can, of course, naturally come from banks, financial institutes, online service providers, and so on. But until now, the Europol regulation, at least in this field of investigations, doesn't foresee the use of these kind of experts in the pure operational area. This might be an element we should explore.
Thank you, Mr. Ubner. And now I give the floor to Mrs. Asita Kanko from the European Parliament.
Thank you. Of course, we in this Parliament, we support Europol a lot, and we support the idea of empowering and supporting law enforcement to protect us better in front of more and more threats that are more and more complex. And we are looking forward, from my side, we are looking very much forward to the coming proposal, but we also have some questions. And I have a couple of those today. So about the coming proposals specifically, how can we reinforce Europol in what Europol is actually good at, without going on the territory of what the member states are actually better at doing, in particular focusing on areas where individual member states today are facing challenges of the fact that they cannot communicate very easily with each other, that they do not have certain forms of expertise or capacity like in cybersecurity. Second, in the discussions about strengthening Europol and possibly giving it investigative powers, what problems would that concretely solve? Because we need to have that conversation as well. And is the model of cooperation among member states with Europol in a coordinating role not a better model, as certain would argue? In view of the same forthcoming revision of Europol's mandate, strengthening the agency's capabilities will undoubtedly be a key priority regarding human resources as well. And we know that that is a challenge. In that context, I would like to reflect specifically on Europol's future specialist needs. They recruit at national level, where national police people are telling us that they're struggling to find people. So the anticipated budget increase is expected to support the recruitment of highly qualified law enforcement experts, many of whom traditionally come from national police forces that are already facing shortage in these profiles. And also police is becoming less and less attractive, not only at national level, but Europol has faced also the latest negotiation that we held in Parliament, some difficulties in highlighting certain issues that they're facing that were not at that time a priority for the majority in the Parliament. And last point, against this background, what measures does Europol envisage to attract such specialists while avoiding additional pressure on the states, on the staffing needs of national police services, and how is the Commission anticipating on that reality, the scarcity of talents and the lack of attractivity? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kanko. We start with Mr. Ubner, then we go to Mr. Onidi. Mr. Ubner.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe start with what you said, Mrs. Kanko. Thank you for the questions. Is the key principle of Europol, also in the future of Europol, that we should work in complementarity to the law enforcement agencies of the member states. In that sense, we try to explore, together with, let's say, the so-called end users, which are the police forces in member states, what is the most pressing issue for them. And from that point of view, don't get me wrong with this, even beside the fact that the Article 88 of the Treaty of the Function of the European Union doesn't foresee any, let's say, executive powers for Europol or coercive powers, I would say maybe in this field this would not create complementarity, but more or less competition, which might be even doubtful. I use the example now. Could you imagine, for example, a Belgian police officer leading a house search here in Nicosia? He or she will not know the location, will not be able to speak Greek, and doesn't know the local legislation. So there the complementarity might be of limited added value. Where it makes sense is, of course, for example, to support the cybernetic police with really on-the-spot experts, which are special trained in operational analysis, which might have technology knowledge, which is maybe not that existing in specific fields here in Cyprus. And this is the way how we see the complementarity further developed. And in this, we would like to strengthen the strengths we have, which developed very nicely, I would say, over the last years in operational support, in operational analysis, plus the technology also that we see in that field. When it comes to the experts, that was a bit related to the question we had before. I think we can attract experts. We should not do the brain drain. But we can also do this via a concept what we call train the trainers, that we, of course, invite a certain kind of, for example, lead analysis of Cyprus to come to Europol to be trained in the analytical work. And we also could also see that would be maybe one other element to be explored, as until now we have key individuals that only can stay for 10 years at Europol in the area of the operations directorate, that we might be able to explore if they can be prolonged, at least for a transition period. Thank you.
Thank you. Monsieur Onidi.
Thank you. I think that there is, beyond the principle of complementarity, there's also a very strong principle of value added. So we will be very mindful that in the new concept being proposed, we really position Europol to do things that add value in the system. So definitely only looking at cross-border activities, limiting also the deployment of Europol officers when it is strictly necessary. We need to have a bit of an element of flexibility for Europol officers to be deployed in member states. We've seen the value of that in some of the hotspots linked with border procedures, for example, linked with specific investigations. For the moment, Europol is a bit too constrained in its ecosystem of The Hague, so we need to look up at some further flexibility. But Europol essentially remains an organizer, facilitator, and a booster of investigation, providing expertise that is lacking in member states, and so on. Where I would also like to see Europol moving slightly is from a concept of back office, only supporting, to somewhat more of a role of coordination. So keeping the limits, of course, of the treaty, no executive power, but having a more explicit role as to also some of the responsibility within the agency to actively coordinate investigations and not only follow and provide support to national initiatives. On the HR aspect, I think it is the right time to think a little bit more creatively, indeed expanding the flexibility of the agency to recruit non-police profiles for all these dedicated expertise, making sure that officers can remain sufficiently long in the organization so that you don't have this constant mobility principle that cuts the effectiveness at Europol, but at the same time in member states as well, because it's the same cycle that disturbs their planning and activities, but definitely also a role for Europol to support the training, the development of police forces that are actually capable of working at European level. So this training element, I believe, is also an essential element we need to embed into the new Europol. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Mr. Philippe Gosselin from France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Oui, moi, je partage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I join Mr. Dini on something more operational, more clear. But further to that, all this means give us the possibility to attract experts, more gifted ones. This will more operational, but there aren't any risks to face judicial and legal difficulties, challenges from state to state because they don't have the same system of the European Union, and then to become more operational, capable compared to what we are today. Isn't there any risk on a country level to consider some kind of loss of sovereignty or loss of power or loss of authority in terms of exchanging information? I think that there is not a layer difference, but another kind of difference. Thank you, Mr. Sna.
Interesting question. Monsieur Onidi.
I think we will remain extremely careful in not impeding in the world of national security, not impeding into the world of the intelligence community. I think where we see Europol is very much centered around classical police activities. some of the challenges in terms of the different legal architecture, in terms of the judiciary aspects, still need to be overcome, and the regulation will be an opportunity to do so. But we also have an opportunity to better synchronize and facilitate the work between Europol and Eurojust in order to cater for this possible barrier. Finally, I think in terms of a possible reaction of member states seeing Europol growing maybe too fast or too extensively, I think for the moment we see actually the contrary. All national authorities are so much under stress, are so much under the need to have additional support that they actually all crying for more support through Europol. And this was really the fantastic manifestation in the round of consultation we have run. All member states, all police entities want more Europol, want more resources within Europol in order to get better support for their national activities.
Thank you. Mr. Umna, would you like to add any further remark?
Yeah, thank you. Only briefly to complement what was said by Olivier Onidi. We don't see really the loss of power or authority in the member states because in the sense of complementarity and added value, what was mentioned before, it's about to explore possibilities for the member states, how to boost, for example, also financial resources via grants that, let's say, tap into the budget that is provided by the EU. And then in that sense, for example, also we did it in that way with France, that via, for example, the Innovation Lab, we developed tools which we made them accessible to France, so there is no intervention in the national sovereignty. Or the other element is, of course, the human resource power to second then really international investigations, Europol analysts or specialists, for example, but they would remain under the strict investigative power of the respective member state, not to influence the investigation, but just to add further human resource power into the investigation. We haven't heard from the member states we consulted so far on the police level any concerns about this. On the contrary, as mentioned by Olivier Onidi, they all call for more support without, of course, let's say, negatively interfering in the national investigations.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Mr. Gadis Gadi from the European Parliament. The floor is yours.
How do we ensure that the strengthening of Europol will not substitute or replace national competences? Second question, is there a risk for this strengthening to lead to more bureaucracy, or will it result in what we all want, more operational capability that will complement national authorities to address illegal drug trafficking and migrant smuggling? My third question, a broader question, is this: whether, in addition to cooperation between Europol and the member states, if there is cooperation also with the candidate member states, whether this is true or not, based on what Mr. Onidi has said, that there is cooperation with international organizations, and knowing that there is excellent cooperation with Interpol, for example. How could you help the Cyprus Republic in identifying and arresting the Turks and the members of the occupying forces who in 1996, a few kilometers around the corner, assassinated Solomon and Tassos Isaac, two heroes of Cyprus and who are still evading justice? If you don't know these cases, this is a good opportunity, since you're here, to be informed about this. And in closing, there is information that some people are escaping towards Turkey. I want to remind you that it is a candidate member state, and some people are escaping to the occupied areas. And according to Protocol 10, Cyprus acceded the Union in its entirety to the EU.
Mr. Umna.
Yeah, thank you. Once again, we don't see the risk to substitute national competences in the sense of that by even doubling the resources of Europol, that any national competences would be substituted or even questioned. To give you there simply an example, what do we talk in practice? This will be, if we go along that way, one thing like 1,000 maybe additional posts for Europol spread over 7-8 years. If you see, I think all in all the police forces in Europe have altogether 1 million police forces. So if you put this figure into comparison, I think that the increase of Europol is compared to your overall, let's say, police forces in Europe limited. When it comes to your second question about there might be a risk of more bureaucracy, I fully agree with you. We should avoid this, and this is why I said we believe that with 115 people working on governance-related issues, that we should be able to also accompany the doubling of the resources with Europol, not to increase these resources as well, but to introduce what I was calling a smart governance, to use the resources and to be more agile on how to provide with the necessary information the supervisory bodies such as the JPSG. Last question when it comes to a special situation here in Cyprus. And again, also when it comes to Cyprus, we are in close collaboration, of course, with the Cypriotic police. I will meet on Friday the police chief of Cyprus. The Cypriotic authorities will, let's say, if necessary, involve us in cases they deem as necessary. And if the, let's say, basic requirements of the Europol regulation are met, we, of course, support also the Cypriotic police. And this we do, by the way, also in close collaboration with Interpol, where we hope that very soon, if not already happened in the last days, there will be the EU-Interpol agreement on the way to be finalized, and then we have even the possibility to exchange much more operational data with Interpol. Nevertheless, on all kind of levels, we have a very close collaboration with Interpol, which is not in a competitive way, but also in a complementary way.
Thank you, Mr. Brunner. Mr. Onidi, any further comment on this matter? Okay. Then now I give the floor to the co-chair, Mr. Demetriou, for your comments and questions.
Thank you, co-chair Mr. Zarzalejos. Dear colleagues, Mr. Ebner, representative of the European Committee, Mr. Onidi, it is indeed a reality that we are facing a very complex matter. We have to equip the Europol to be able to face the new and continuous dynamic environment. This means a more powerful, stronger analytical capabilities, a faster and more secure information exchange, and the ability to support investigations involving complex data sets, new technologies, and partnerships with other EU agencies, and where necessary, cooperation with the private sector. However, capability without trust will not stand the test of time. Europol's strength is based on the trust of national authorities, sharing sensitive information, and on the trust of citizens that this agency is operating within the law and respects fundamental rights. As Europol's role becomes more and more technologically demanding, supervision is a prerequisite of legality, of legitimacy, and a safeguard. This is precisely where we as JPSG have a responsibility. We're not here to slow down the operational work. We are here to ensure that Europol's increasing competencies are accompanied by clear limits, strong safeguards, and real accountability. For Cyprus here, for us, these issues were not and can never be abstract. We are exposed to cross-border criminality, migrant smuggling networks, cyber fraud, and money laundering risks that can undermine our security, social cohesion, and economy. That is why we support a Europol that is operationally strong and truly useful to member states. At the same time, we need assurances that expanded data processing, the new tools, including AI, and cooperation with private entities are governed by necessity and proportionality. They are based on strong data governance and are subject to effective oversight by the EDPS. The following question is addressed to Mr. Ebner. What specific operational results do you expect from the new competences? And to the European Commission, what minimum requirements in the supervision power of Europol is required so that oversight is applied beforehand and not only after the fact if there are any problems? And how can you ensure adequate resources for the European Data Protection Supervisor and the supervisory mechanisms so that supervision can keep pace with the expansion of technological and other competences? Thank you very much.
Mr. Ebner.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would say the answer to your question can be quite easy. As we spoke today a lot about the digital challenges, the online dimension of the main crime actors, I would say that we would hope to see from the next Europol regulation that the law enforcement and of course Europol is then equipped to face the digital challenge. So to be really prepared and on top of the digital developments, and that we clearly also are better equipped to the policing online dimension, where we see still, of course, a lot of gaps, for example, in the financial crime investigations. And this is in a nutshell what we would hope to see, that we would be in a position to support even better the law enforcement agencies in the member states exactly in that dimension.
Thank you, Mr. Ebner. Thank you, Mr. Onidi, for your presentations and for your answers and comments on the points raised by members. We conclude this item on our agenda. We conclude the today's session, and now I give the floor back to the co-chair, Mr. Demetriou. Monsieur Onidi.
Thank you, Chair. No, there was a question to me indeed on the oversight. I think the oversight will be, of course, an important element in the revision of Europol. It's part of the overall governance and the oversight, of course, at the different levels. Political, like you are currently doing in the context of this JPSG, but also functional, both within the organization, so the capacity of the organization of Europol to have effective, independent oversight mechanism. Is it on fundamental rights? Is it on data protection? Is it on auditing? But also external oversight, and notably there, I think, one of the main partners of the agency is and will remain the EDPS. We need to evolve the mode of scrutiny and the mode of oversight with the evolving also activities and the evolving size of the agency. Some of the current design mechanism will need to be adapted in the sense that new technologies are becoming the norm. There is a very, very strong increase in the type of operational activities. So some of the measures we designed a number of years ago are somewhat superseded by the acceleration of events and need to be reviewed without, of course, losing the effectiveness of this oversight. And this is a little bit the way we are approaching this.
Thank you, Monsieur Nidi. Now we do conclude now our session. Co-chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zarzalejos, co-chair. Colleagues, we have concluded the discussion of the last item on today's agenda. Before you leave the conference center, I would like to tell you that your buses are right outside waiting for you. I would like to point out that at 7:30 sharp, the buses will depart from the 3 main hotels where you are staying to take you to a historical building at the Famagoustan Gate, the historical center of Nicosia, where you will be attending an official dinner hosted by Her Excellency, the President of the House of Representatives, Annita Dimitriou, which starts at 8. So it's very important for us to leave on time at 7:30. Please be all there for your buses. Thank you very, very much. See you at 8. It's a date.
Το νήμα της Κύπρου ξετυλίγεται μέσα στους αιώνες, υφαίνοντας την ιστορία, την παράδοση και την ταυτότητα του τόπου. Όπως η βελονιά σχηματίζει ένα κέντημα, ένα νήμα που ενώνει το παρελθόν με το παρόν και οδηγεί με αυτοπεποίθηση και περηφάνεια, συνυφαίνοντας
Πάτα το. Δεν μπορείς. Να εξαιρέσω.
Παϊκό αύριο. Είναι το ίδιο νήμα που ενώνει τα